Shalom, 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 y'all. What's happening? It's your favorite sister, Shia Fire, here with another episode of Sister for Sister Story Time. So today we are continuing with the Final Destination Bloodlines series. This one is entitled, I forget, Priest and Female, Blood, Sacrifice, and Sex Magic. Rituals that they do. What is it called? Initiation rituals for the occult, things that they're doing in the church that you don't really know that they're doing, but they're doing it right under your nose. So we have the Freemasons, but also the women that work under the Freemasons to obtain said power that they would not have otherwise, because they are either not born of the covenant, they want to get into the covenant, or they're just scared of men and they basically sell out to penis or male worship. Either way. So, this is also womb envy. Let me put that in there. Okay. Okay, so this is the origin of the idea of men giving birth. So we have something called birth by the bowels or the buttocks or anal babies. So when the Bible speaks of men being turned over to their lust, you have to understand, when you give up your birthright in order to obtain wealth and power, what do you give up? Really, you give up your mind, because the mind is a powerful thing. So we pretty much went over the men and how they believe period blood is both powerful and destructive. So today we're going to go over the womb envy that pertains to both male and female. So this is the AI overview. It says, in psychology, it refers to the idea that men may experience envy of women's reproductive capabilities, particularly the ability to bear children and breastfeed. This concept, introduced by psychoanalyst Karen Horney, suggests that this envy can manifest in various ways, including attempts to dominate or control women and their bodies, as well as a drive to achieve success and recognition in other areas of life. Here's a more detailed explanation. The concept, womb envy, is essentially the idea that men may feel a sense of loss or inadequacy due to their inability to experience pregnancy and childbirth. The origin, Karen Horney proposed this concept as a counterpart to penis envy, a Freudian idea about women's envy of men's anatomy, according to a psychology encyclopedia. Manifestations. Some researchers and theorists argue that womb envy can contribute to behaviors such as dominance and control. Men might seek to control women's reproductive health or bodies as a way to compensate for their perceived lack. Achievement in other fields. Men might overcompensate for their inability to bear children by striving for success and power in other areas like career or social status. Misogyny and devaluation of women. Some theories suggest womb envy could be a factor in the devaluation of women and their roles, according to a social sciences journey. Not the same as wanting to be a woman. It's important to note that womb envy, as conceived by Horney, does not mean that men desire to physically transition or become women. Sometimes it does. Instead, it's about the perceived power and fulfillment associated with women's reproductive roles. ScienceDirect.com describes womb envy, the cause of misogyny and even male achievement. Okay, let's look that up. It is science direct.com. Okay, so this is Womb Envy, the Cause of Misogyny and Even Male Achievement by Emma Bain. Although misogyny, patriarchy, and gender inequity are central concepts of gender studies, the original cause or causes of these symptoms are not as widely explored as the symptoms themselves. Womb envy has been cited as a possible cause. This article provides an attempt at a complete literature review of womb envy, sometimes referred to as parturition envy, vagina envy, uterus envy, or even woman envy, structured by theme manifestations of this concept in, for example, social anthropology, religion, and literature, followed by an analysis of the silence surrounding the concept of womb envy. It also examines scholarly input that supports Karen Horney's suggestion that this envy may be the cause of much of male achievement in recorded history. Penis envy. According to Freud's theory of the psychosexual development of women, the little girl, like the little boy, sees the mother as her first love object. But the girl later discovers that she, like her mother, lacks a penis, and as a result of this castration, feels hostile towards her mother, transferring her love from her mother to her father. And that is Freud, 1925. The discovery leads to the girl suffering a narcissistic wound, causing penis envy. However, this is the origins of the term womb envy. Within psychology, the specific phrase womb envy is often associated with the German psychoanalyst and psychiatrist Karen Horney, 1885 to 1952, who used the term in three articles. According to Britannica Online Encyclopedia 2011, the concept of womb envy was indeed introduced by Horney. However, she was not alone in discussing it. Her contemporary Melanie Klein mentioned it, as did George Grodek. Womb envy explored in psychology. Horney became aware of womb envy as a result of analyzing men. In fact, she considered whether penis envy is the result of male envy of the female, an idea that has been reiterated in recent years. Turkle suggests that the concept of penis envy may arise from a male desire for his to be the envied gender rather than from a female desire to be male. Eschbach argues that the narcissistic injury of not being able to procreate. Can womb envy be linked with femophobia and misogyny? Having explored the concept of womb envy, a question remains how to link womb envy with femophobia and misogyny. Bohm of 1930 argues that it excites our envy when others have something more than we have ourselves. We may say further that when they have something different, something which we can never have, we experience a sense of inferiority. Lerner in 1974 points out the direct link between envy and devaluation. Devaluation of an envied object is a typical defense. The silence surrounding womb envy. Jacobson, McAlpine and Hunter, Fagerman, Battleheim, Lewing, Lerner, Stannard, Kittay, Lehman, Bass, Lax, Stevens all point out to the relative silence surrounding the concept of womb envy, while Hoppe notes that the concept has not been met with some resistance. While Jacobson believes it may be a reaction in male analysts against their own unconscious feminine desire to bear children. Womb envy in social anthropology. The anthropologist Margaret Mead explores womb envy patterns in her study of the sexes, both among Papua New Guinea people, Arapesh, Ayatsmul, Mundugamor, Chambuli, and the Manis, and in the U.S. Like Bettelheim after her, although Bettelheim was a psychologist, not an anthropologist, she mentions various initiation rites. For example, she describes Arapesh male ceremonies open to men only that underline the nature of maternity and in which the men feed those to be initiated. Hold on. Okay, womb envy in mythology and religion. Bamberger argues that women's ability to conceive, bear, and care for offspring is overlooked in myth. However, given the wide range of examples of womb envy in mythology, it seems more likely that female reproductive physiology is usurped by males. Several religions indicate womb envy in the form of, for example, rituals and stories. Kittay notes that several metaphors and images of procreation have a male rather than a female giving birth, as in Adam is Eve's husband and mother. Start off the Bible with the Baphomet. So, womb envy in other contexts. Knowledge of the equal contribution to conception was not properly clarified until the second half of the 19th century. However, as mentioned by Lederer, Stannard, Kate, Correa, Ducat, womb envy has manifested itself in science in the form of the homunculus theory of human development. According to this theory, the offspring develops solely out of the male sperm, and the womb is only an incubator during pregnancy. Although the Bible teaches you that every fruit, the seed is within the fruit, and every seed after its kind. Okay, that's another lesson. Womb envy and male productivity. Horney not only noted womb envy in her male patients, but also argued that creative work in men was a means of overcompensating for their limited role in procreation. Is not the tremendous strength in men of the impulse to creative work in every field precisely due to their feeling of playing a relatively small part in the creation of living beings, which constantly impels them to an overcompensation in achievement? Conclusions. Freud's theory of penis envy has been criticized in the last few decades. Meanwhile, Horney's theory of womb envy has received growing support. Manifestations of womb envy appear to be found in areas ranging from social anthropology, religion, and folklore to modern Western culture. It is sometimes argued that no single cause for misogyny exists, but given the cultural and anthropological pervasiveness of the womb envy concept, it could in fact be such a single cause. Okay, this is Gender Identity and the Wish to Be a Woman by H. Warnes, MD. If I can get it. Okay, that one doesn't want to work. So next we're going to go to Womb MB Wikipedia. Okay, so again, in psychology, womb envy denotes the envy that men may feel of the biological functions of women, pregnancy, childbirth, and breastfeeding. The neo-Freudian psychiatrist Karen Horney of 1885 to 1952 proposed this as a male psychological trait. These emotions could fuel the social subordination of women and drive men to succeed in other areas of life, such as business, medicine, law, and politics. Each term is analogous to the concept of female penis envy presented in Freudian psychology. In this, they address the gender role, social dynamics underlying the envy and fascination with the female breast and lactation, with pregnancy and childbearing and vagina envy, that are clues and signs of transsexualism and to a femininity complex of men, which is defended against by psychological and sociocultural means. Theory. Womb envy denotes the envy men may feel towards a woman's role in nurturing and sustaining life. In coining the term, the neo Freudian psychiatrist Karen Horney proposed that men experience womb envy more powerfully than women experience penis envy, because men need to disparage women more than women need to disparage men. This feeling is stronger in men because they want to live up to the male stereotype of having the upper hand and dominance over everyone. Bohm said that when others have something more that we do not have ourselves, then this excites our envy. As a psychoanalyst, Horney considers womb envy a cultural, psychosocial tendency like the concept of penis envy rather than an innate male psychological trait. She believed that it arises when men think they are not in control and powerful in their lives like they thought they were. Although she is generally credited with originating the idea of womb envy, especially in her 1926 article, The Flight from Womanhood, the masculinity complex in women as viewed by men and by women, she herself never used the term. One early appearance of the phrase was in Margaret Mead's 1949 book, Male and Female. Mead may have coined the term. Brian Luke, in his book Brutal Manhood and the Exploitation of Animals, discusses three ways in which men who experience womb envy may respond: by compensating, constructing a realm of exclusively male activity, by revaluing, devaluing the function specific to women and or magnifying the function specific to men, and by appropriation, taking control of female specific functions. Luke attributes the coining of this term not to Horney, but to Eva Kitte, or Kitte, whatever. In her 1984 article, Rereading Freud on Femininity, or Why Not Womb Envy, Kitty had posed the question of why there is not a concept analogous to penis envy and offers the term womb envy. In personality theories, Barbara Engler discusses the often unconscious and indirect ways that womb envy manifests. Womb envy, rather than being openly acknowledged by most males, has often taken subtle and indirect forms, such as rituals of taboo, isolation, and cleansing that have been frequently associated with menstruation and childbirth. The need to disparage women, accuse them of witchcraft, belittle their achievements, and deny them equal rights. Engler also refers to criticism of Horney's theory on the grounds that it equated womanhood with motherhood. Discussing the limitations of Horney's broader psychological viewpoint, Bernardo J. Carducci points out the comparative lack of empirical evidence, saying, in comparison to other theorists, Horney's work has generated very little empirical research among personality psychologists, maybe because most of them are men. Although her theoretical ideas were presented in a relatively straightforward manner, they have not stimulated much interest in others to investigate their validity. This may be in part due to the rejection of her ideas by the more traditional and influential Freudian tradition operating at the time. In Eve's Seed of 2000, historian Robert S. McElvin extended Horney's argument that womb envy is a powerful elementary factor in the psychological insecurity suffered by many men. He coined the term non menstrual syndrome, NMS, denoting a man's possible insecurity before the biologic and reproductive traits of woman. Thus, womb envy may impel men to define their identities in opposition to women. Hence, men who are envious of women's reproductive traits insist that a real man must be not a woman. Thus, they may seek to socially dominate women, what they may or may not do in life as psychological compensation for what men cannot do biologically. Along with womb envy, there are other mentions that also discussed on topic of womb envy, though not the exact name. Michael Joseph Eisler of 1921 wrote it by looking at male pregnancy fantasies. Not the direct term of womb envy is mentioned, but contributed the male envy of female reproductive physiology was directed towards it. Along with it, okay. Bohm of 1930 called it parturition envy instead. Zielborg of 1944 called it women envy, and Phyllis Chesler of 1978 called it uterus envy. Vagina envy denotes the envy males may feel towards females for having a vagina. In Psychoanalyst and Male Sexuality, 1966, Hendrik Rutenbeek relates vagina envy to men's desire to be able to give birth and to urinate and to masturbate in ways physically different from those available to men, and that such psychological envy might produce misogyny in neurotic men. Moreover, in Vagina Envy in Men of 1993, the physician Harold Tarpley elucidates the theoretic differences among the constructs of vagina envy, womb envy, breast envy, and parturition envy. Emotions wherein men suffer envy, a grudging desire for another's excellence or advantage, of women's female biologic capabilities of pregnancy, parturition, breastfeeding, and of the social role freedom to physically nurture children. Criticism. The theory of womb envy or vaginal envy is criticized based on the position that it indicates how the essence of being a woman lies in motherhood. There are scholars who point out that the woman defined in terms of her essential maternity reduces her to her gender characteristics and could hence be exploited or be defined according to the terms of patriarchal logic and phallocentric impositions. Domna Stanton, for instance, drew the Jacques Derrida's work to support this argument, particularly the theorist's position that the maternal, which is metaphorized as total being to substantiate a notion that can combat the paternal, represents only one aspect of potential female difference. Okay, this is Blanchard's transsexualism typology from autogynephilia or autogenephilia, whatever. So the American Canadian sexologist Ray Blanchard proposed a psychological typology of gender dysphoria, transsexualism, and fetishistic transvestism in a series of academic papers through the 1980s and 1990s. Building on the work of earlier researchers, including his colleague Freund, Blanchard categorized trans women into two groups: homosexual transsexuals who are attracted exclusively to men and are feminine in both behavior and appearance, and autogyne- autogynephilic transsexuals who experience sexual arousal at the idea of having a female body. Blanchard and his supporters argue that the typology explains differences between the two groups in childhood, gender nonconformity, sexual orientation, history of sexual fetishism, and age of transition. Blanchard's typology has attracted significant controversy, especially following the 2003 publication of J. Michael Bailey's book, The Man Who Would Be Queen, which presented the typology to a general audience. Scientific criticisms commonly made against Blanchard's research include that the typology is unfalsifiable because Blanchard and other supporters regularly dismiss or ignore data that challenges the theory. that it failed to properly control against cisgender women rather than against cisgender men in rating levels of autogenophilia, and that when such studies are performed, they show that cisgender women have similar levels of autogenophilic responses to transgender women. The American Psychiatric Association includes with autogenophilia as a specifier to a diagnosis of transvestic disorder in the fifth edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders of 2013. This edition was objected to by the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, WPATH, who argued that there was a lack of scientific consensus on and empirical evidence for the concept of autogenophilia. History background. Beginning in the 1950s, clinicians and researchers developed a variety of classifications of transsexualism. These were variously based on sexual orientation, age of onset, and fetishism. Prior to Blanchard, these classifications generally divided transgender women into two groups: homosexual transsexuals, if sexually attracted to men, and heterosexual fetishistic transvestites, if sexually attracted to women. These labels carried a social stigma of mere sexual fetishism and contradicted trans women's self identification as heterosexual or homosexual, respectively. In 1982, Kurt Freund and colleagues argued there were two distinct types of trans women, each with distinct causes, one type associated with childhood femininity and androphilia, the sexual attraction to men, and another associated with fetishism and gynephilia, sexual attraction to women. Freund stated that the sexual arousal in this latter type could be associated not only with cross dressing, but also with other feminine typical behaviors such as applying makeup or shaving the legs. Freund, four of his colleagues, and two other sexologists had previously published papers on feminine gender identity in homosexual males and male transsexualism in 1974. They occasionally also use the term homosexual transsexual to describe transgender men attracted to women. Blanchard credited Freund with being the first author to distinguish between erotic arousal due to dressing as a woman, transvestic fetishism, and erotic arousal due to fantasizing about being female, which Freund called cross gender fetishism. Early research. Blanchard conducted a series of studies on people with gender dysphoria, analyzing analyzing the files of cases seen in the gender identity clinic of the Clark Institute of Psychiatry and comparing them on multiple characteristics. These studies have been criticized as bad science for being unfalsifiable and for failing to sufficiently operation, operationalize their definitions. They have also been criticized for lacking reproducibility, and for a lack of a control group of cisgender women. Supporters of the typology deny these allegations. Okay, so something about the what are they called? Um, androgynous. The androgyny of the God of the Bible. Okay, so the next thing that wasn't on the list, but clearly Spirit wanted me to read it. So the next thing we're going to look at is womb envy and Western society on psychopen.com. All right, this is ejop.psychopen.eu. Womb Envy and Western Society on the Devaluation of Nurturing in Psychotherapy and Society. Diana Semmelhack, Larry End, and Karen Farrell. So the abstract says that our purposes in part one of the essay are: one, to suggest that womb envy has been a significant element in the formation of our culture in the context of the traditions of Judaism, Roman Catholicism, and Islam. And two, to make more evident the presence and the significance of the devaluation of nurturing in our society, in part by linking this devaluation of nurturing to its history in the phenomenon of womb envy. In part two, we look at how the devaluation of nurturing is manifested in the practice of psychodynamic therapy. The devaluation of nurturance is thus viewed in context where the writers have intimate knowledge and experience. We find that a downplaying of the significance of nurturing in our society results in a general lack of empathy and sensitivity. And we will go more into the image of God, the image of us, the gods, or the god and the goddess versus the image of the male god himself. Okay, so we find that a downplaying of the significance of nurturing in our society results in a general lack of empathy and sensitivity, and a de-emphasis on relational competence, as well as an overall devaluing of women. An emphasis on profit and production moves relational concerns into the background. In the context of psychotherapy, we suggest our society's emphasis on hierarchy and authority interferes with nurturing as a therapeutic factor. We also discuss various attempts that writers have made to support the role of nurturing in psychotherapy. Introduction. We would like to begin with a poem by Emily Dickinson. Tell all the truth, but tell it slant. Success in circuit lies, too bright for our infirm delight. The truth superb surprise, as lightning to the children eased, with explanation kind. The truth must dazzle gradually, or even man be blind. In order to tell the truth, Emily Dickinson had to tell it slant. She was, after all, a free spirited woman living in a puritanical 19th century New England community. Telling it slant is also familiar to depth psychology. This psychology, too, has to dazzle gradually. Deep psychological truth does not come directly but emerges in bits and pieces through gradual processing, emotional and intellectual. After over 100 years, for example, psychoanalysts psychoanalysis is still struggling to tell the truth about the existence of the unconscious. In many ways, it continues to struggle trying to receive a welcome ear. Writing about our culture's devaluation of nurturing, we also face a communication dilemma. For the tendency to devalue nurturing is so familiar to us in our world that some people may not notice it at all, let alone appreciate its significance. We attempt to address this problem by linking this attitude towards nurturing with aspects of its history in the phenomenon of womb envy, where the social dynamics of the devaluing of nurturing were both far more overt and more clearly destructive than they are today. As mentioned below, this use of history is also intended to link the devaluation of nurturing to a far off context in order to remove it from what is familiar so that it can be seen in a new light. First, we must provide background on the topic of womb envy. Then we examine it in the context of Jewish, Roman Catholic, and Islamic tradition. After that, we discuss womb envy as an example of a general devaluation of nurturing in contemporary society. In the latter part of the essay, we attempt to bring the subject closer to home for us therapists and others by examining the issue of the devaluing of nurturing in the specific context of psychotherapy today, psychotherapy being, it would seem, a kind of nurturing. For our training as therapists, our identities as therapists, our roles as therapists, and our clients' lives all are a part of this same culture we are examining. Part two is based in part on the provocative question, what does it mean to be a therapist in a culture that tends to devalue nurturing? We suggest that psychotherapy forms an alliance with the devaluation of nurturing, even as it runs counter to it. We will focus in particular on psychodynamic therapy since it has an important and evocative relationship with the issue of psychological nurturing. When we say that our culture tends to devalue nurturing, we wish to suggest that we are describing variable tendencies and not absolutes. There is a significant part of the society that does appreciate nurturing. In fact, one might say there is an ambivalence in our culture about the value of nurturing. On the one hand, mothers, young children, and the family are deeply valued, not only by their loved ones, but by the culture. On the other hand, however, this appreciation is in part a rhetorical one, which exists side by side with the lack of power, prestige, and income linked with activities of nurturing in a society that tends to emphasize not nurturing, but the production and consumption of material goods. The nurturing part of the culture helps to ease the stress and pain created by the realities of capitalism. It is difficult to see womb envy clearly because we are part of the culture that devalues nurturing. We cannot wholly stand outside this tendency to devalue nurturing. The concepts, tools, and experiences that we use to understand the devaluing of nurturing have been shaped by the culture that tends to devalue nurturing. Therefore, we must tell it slant, both because our culture has difficulty hearing us and because we ourselves have difficulty seeing clearly a phenomenon of what we are part of. Finally, as psychoanalyst has shown, it is rather useless trying to convey a deep psychic reality by means of making intellectual statements. With regard to womb envy, perhaps the best one can do is to try to elicit an interest in examining the phenomenon. To approach the devaluing of nurturing, therefore, we will use a device that addresses the topic indirectly. This device is history. By presenting familiar events in far off context, history helps us to see these events in a new way, as in the alienation technique of Brechtian theater. We will look at womb envy in the context of some of its ideological origins, specifically in the context of the three interrelated religions which form part of the base of our culture: Judaism, Roman Catholicism, and Islam. Finally, we would like to note that we are examining certain historical trends. Many people have experiences and interpretations of these religions which are very different from what might be suggested by the historical descriptions presented here. Part 1: Introduction to Womb Envy. Various prominent writers have highlighted the importance of studying womb envy, or the male envy of the female reproductive capacity. These include Bruno Bettelheim Eric Fromm, Ralph Greenson, Karen Horney, Edith Jacobson, Melanie Klein, Margaret Mead, and John Ross. Horney of 1926 stirred up interest in the discussion of womb envy in the 1920s. This was part of her incisive critique of male bias in psychoanalysis. Edith Jacobson of 1950 called a good deal of attention to the phenomenon in a once well known 1950s essay. Melanie Klein of 1975 also addressed this issue. She suggested that the male infant's envy of the soothing breast later translates into an envy of his mother's childbearing capacity. Yet the phenomenon of womb envy appears to remain mostly unconscious. It is not a topic easily digested by our culture. The idea that men envy the ability to bear children is hard to grasp in a culture that, on the whole, devalues nurturing. In a culture which, despite efforts to the contrary, tends to defend against the appreciation of nurturing. Evidence of the existence of womb envy comes from many contexts. Ross supports the idea based on his observation of young males as they discover that they will not be able to have babies like their mothers. Young male children hold their mothers in awe. Their mothers are the powerful and soothing centers of the universe. Their mothers give them strength and joy. Wanting to be like mother, male children at a young age will often nurse toy babies. They talk about wanting to have babies. When they come to realize that they cannot have a baby, Ross believes they face the problematic reality that they are destined to be shortchanged. Now, I've never heard my son say that or ever seen him try to nurse a baby before. Observations of womb envy have emerged from many sources. Analysts have become convinced of the fundamental importance of womb envy after seeing it emerge over and again in their analysis of adult males. Anthropological studies show many cultural practices designed to compensate men in fantasy because they cannot bear children in reality. The island of menstruating men, for example, explores a tribal ritual in which males cut their penises every month as a symbol of fertility. Bettelheim's study of children institutionalized for psychological reasons provide stark examples cut it out, of womb envy. Further, Kitty states that in her discussions of the phenomenon in classes, she teaches invariably males will say that they have experienced womb envy. The prodigious attention that writers have given to the concept of womb envy is ignored by the mainstream psychological literature. It is as if the writings had never been written. This neglect is not a conscious one. Rather, it is a deeply rooted cultural resistance as unconscious resistance. Taking seriously the concept of womb envy upsets basic assumptions of our culture. It questions the hierarchy, challenging the devaluing of childbirth and nurturing. It calls attention to how our society devalues unique strengths of the female gender, the gender this culture quietly seeks to represent as inferior. Clearly, we have a blind spot. There is a widespread defense against the idea that womb envy exists. Kitty applied to womb envy Melanie Klein's interpretation of the defenses against envy. Our discussion will highlight four defenses against womb envy discussed by Kitty. The appropriation defense occurs when a man internalizes the desired object or procreative abilities such that it becomes his possession. This is evidenced in rituals such as the rebirth of baptism, in which birth is appropriated into a male dominated viewpoint. The devaluation of the object defense involves the devaluation of childbirth or particular aspects of the female physiology. This is suggested by a religious view that menstruating women are unclean. An attempt to draw envy towards men while stirring it up in women is a defense evidenced in the exclusion of women from the important rite of circumcision in Judaism. Finally, the stifling of feelings of love, concurrent with an intensifying of hate defense, is manifested by men's declared hatred of or indifference towards infants, nursing mothers, or pregnant women. The historical emergence of womb envy. We believe that the religious traditions of Islam, Roman Catholicism, and Judaism contain a sad and tragic subtext that tends to go unnoticed. Research suggests that these traditions harbor a deep male envy of a woman's ability to bear children. The religions appear to express this envy in their basic beliefs and practices. This envy, it seems, is part of a tendency to devalue nurturing that characterizes our culture. Eisler of 1987, Stone 1976, and others believed that prehistory was dominated by goddess worshipping societies in which the childbearing ability of woman was held in great esteem. According to these authors, it was believed that all things flowed from the female deity's divine womb. The authors thought that a deep awe of childbearing was fundamental to goddess worship in these societies. Contemporary archaeologists have challenged the myth of a generally matriarchal, goddess worshipping prehistoric world. The evidence available to us regarding gender relations and prehistory is somewhat sketchy and ambiguous. Hodder and his team suggest that female figurines and other evidence of the reverence of feminine deities suggest the symbolic importance of women in the Neolithic society, but not purely matriarchy. This reverence of goddesses may likely have stemmed from women's capacity to give birth. Leacock purports that female inferiority is not a universal condition. Earlier hunter gatherer or foraging societies described a generally equal relationship between men and women. In such societies, women procure about 80% of the sustenance. The person who procures something for the society also distributes it, and therefore it was largely women in these societies who determined band society movements, including camp locations. The religions discussed in this paper, however, are clearly patriarchal. They advocate for a male God who created human beings. This God created the world to serve males, who are created in his image. In Genesis, the first book of the Bible, woman is born from the body of man. One interpretation of this story is that the fall from Eden represents the demise of hunter gatherer life. Daly suggests that Eve, coming from Adam's rib in a strange reversal, portrays women's role in childbirth as unimportant. As will be seen further on, men seem to appropriate the important role in procreation for themselves. The male role is exalted while the female one is denigrated or denied. In exaggerated fashion, the religious traditions understudies symbolically reverse the reality of procreation. This reversal, moreover, is often accompanied by defensiveness and contempt with regard to women's role in childbirth. For example, the defiling of menstruating women, discussed later, not only reverses what may have been a divine status of female fertility, but often has an intensely derogatory connotation which suggests defensiveness and contempt. There is a strong sense of male grandiosity being often characteristic of defenses. The religious traditions studied thus appear to echo the womb envy overtly portrayed in the rituals of so called primitive cultures. It has long been proposed that the religions under study have tended to facilitate the domination and control of women. While explicitly focused perhaps on this domination and control, implicitly these traditions appear also to act as defenses against the male envy of women's ability to bear children. Men seem to have envied the fact that the inferior sex placed on earth to serve them has the exclusive ability to bring forth life. The religions in question encouraged men to have a grandiose self image. The grandiose self image appears to have been threatened by women's ability to procreate. The grandiose image both generates anxiety for men and is used in the attempt to fend off anxiety. Western religions cultivated male control over women's reproductive abilities in order to maintain the male line of descent. The intense focus on maintaining the male bloodline may suggest an appropriation defense against womb envy. We will now briefly describe apparent defenses against womb envy as represented in the three individual religions studied. In Judaism, the Torah lays down as law the male line of descent. The Torah's law establishes extensive male control over female sexuality. Women are placed under the control of their fathers until they are married and then under the control of their husbands. Through the symbolism of circumcision, Jewish tradition associates the health of the penis with the basic covenant with God. The covenant is a pact of males who have been circumcised, a procedure that protects the penis from infection. The fact that this basic ritual of faith of necessity excludes women has been interpreted by some as an unconscious attempt on the part of men to stir up envy in others while drawing envy towards themselves. Ancient Jewish traditions held that childbirth resulted from a man planting his seed in a woman. The rabbinical and biblical literature frequently refer to this belief, while rabbinical and biblical literature give the prominent role in childbirth to men. However, this literature, strangely, is preoccupied with discussing the exclusively female processes of reproduction, menstruation, and childbirth. The penis is linked in a pact with God because the male seed creates the child. The womb is described in the scriptures as merely the property of the male God who appropriates the woman's role in childbirth. In the scriptures, God controls female fertility by working in the womb to form human life. The imagery that describes this process is striking. In the story of Abraham's betrayal of Sarah in Genesis chapter 20, verses 1 through 18, God first closes and later opens the wombs of the house of Abimelech. In Samuel 1, verses 1 to 20, God, who had mysteriously closed Hannah's womb, reopens it and gives her a child. Tribal summarize biblical passages with respect to the womb. God conceives in the womb, God brings forth from the womb, God receives out of the womb, and God carries from the womb to gray hairs. Ancient Judaism appears to have devalued childbearing as well as the related process of menstruation. Since biblical times, new mothers as well as menstruants have been viewed as a source of defilement. Leviticus 2:19. Even today, in Orthodox circles, Jewish law defines new mothers and menstruating women as niddah, those who are ostracized. Moreover, the impurity of the new mother lasts longer if the baby is a girl. The ostracizing of new mothers and menstruating women suggests the devaluation of the object defense. It paves the way for the appropriation of childbearing by men. In ancient Roman Catholic, Catholic symbolism, the male centered ritual of rebirth through baptism powerfully displaces the birth by the mother. While birth involves coming into the tainted natural world, the superior rebirth of baptism means coming into the family of God the Father, a male oriented ritual performed only by bishops, priests, and deacons. Baptism holds the key to eternal life. The imagery of baptism, according to Ruther, combines male womb envy and combines male womb envy with womb negation. The rebirth baptism by male priests overcomes the carnal gestation and birth of human mothers who, according to doctrine, have passed on sin and death to their offspring. Catholic symbolism portrays the newly baptized child as emerging from the spiritual womb purified. The child is then said to be fed on milk from the breast of Christ. Roman Catholicism, like Judaism, appears to place great emphasis on male control over the childbearing process. This is stressed through the vehemence attached to the restrictions on abortion and child and birth control. Intense hostility has at times been directed at women who would attempt to control their own procreative powers. Catholic women have been taught that the worst of sins is to deflect the male seed from its intended course in her womb. This has often been treated as more sinful than rape, since rape does not interfere with the high purposes of the seed. There has often been a severe insistence against a Catholic woman being a decision maker concerning the destiny of her body. To procreate and submit to the will of God has been seen as the Catholic woman's basic religious duty. The Roman Catholic attitude towards procreation suggests the appropriation defense against womb envy as well as the stifling of feelings of love combined with the intensifying of hate. Ancient Islamic tradition, like that of Judaism and Roman Catholicism, seems to depend on the male domination and control over women and defenses against womb envy, such as the appropriation defense. Again, the baby is created by the male God in the woman's womb. The child is said to be conceived based on male sperm alone. Women are seen as receptacles for the male's creative act. They are containers for the male sperm. Islamic tradition too represents nude mothers and menstruates as unclean. They are restricted from performing cultic duties, praying, and reading the Quran. According to the Quran, nude mothers and menstruates are a pollution. Separate yourselves, therefore, from women and approach them not until they be cleansed. Surah 223. In Islamic tradition, a girl's first menstruation signals a key step in the beginnings of male control over her body, which can act as an appropriation defense. The adolescent girl's freedom of movement is usually completely curtailed when she begins to menstruate. Most conservative Muslim families consider the menstruating girl a threat to family honor. She must preserve her virginity at all costs. Her family's honor, it has been said, hinges on her sexual purity. Young women who do not preserve their virginity, according to El Sadawi, are likely to be punished with physical or moral death. The contemporary devaluation of nurturing. As psychoanalyst teaches us, human beings have an awesome power to forget. We have forgotten that an historical tendency to devalue nurturing became part of the foundation for today's social hierarchies. Our solid defenses numb us to this forgetfulness. Womb be part of an historical devaluing of nurturing appears to have helped establish a male-dominated authoritarian society which tends to devalue nurturing. In recent decades, a good deal of feminist psychoanalytic scholarship, Benjamin and Shadaro, to name a few writers drawn here, has critiqued this devaluation of nurturing. It has been noted that in the development of our society, the values associated with masculinity, such as achievement in the workplace and self reliance, have been honored, while those associated with femininity, such as nurturing and emotional connection, have been relatively devalued. We live in a society where, as Shadoro states, social and psychological oppression is perpetuated in the structure of personality. Unlike women, men do not define themselves in relationship and have come to suppress relational capacities and repress relational needs. This prepares them to participate in the effect denying world of alienated work. The patriarchal gender values constructed long ago by men, partially in revulsion against women, are now represented as if they are simply natural characteristics of men and women. Patriarchal culture depends not only on narrowing women's options for how they can work, get paid, support themselves, and behave, it also depends on policing the world of truth and correctness. It depends on absolute right and wrong, good and bad. It is obsessed with ranking and hierarchy. Behaviors, even human beings, are ranked as admirable or despicable. Just as little boys push away emotional correctness in adopting their cultural identities, authoritarian culture pushes tender emotions to the side, especially in males, but in females too. A certain numbness develops. A cold and lonely isolation, it often seems, comes to be experienced as normal. In such a culture, people at times can be deeply compassionate, but apart from certain limited situations. Upon hearing of natural disasters, they may just forget this part of themselves. They, especially men, often tend to forget the existence of their deep and tender feelings, fearing that they might be seen as weak and vulnerable. Strict social and political limitations have been placed on how empathy is supposed to be employed. Leighton writes, in the current era, empathy seems to have been dominantly redefined as something we accord only to people who are most like us. The devaluation of nurturing is related to our society's valorizing of profit, production, and competitiveness, and not stressing, for example, the traditionally feminine concern with relationships and the relational. We are part of this culture that devalues nurturing. Its hierarchies have been carved into the depths of our being. As Benjamin suggests, even when we are committed to equality, the structure of our underlying social and psychological world may continue to perpetuate domination. To discover evidence for the devaluing of nurturing, therefore, we might inquire into ourselves. We therapists may find it by inquiring into our therapeutic practice, where patriarchy and authoritarianism, we will suggest, continue implicitly to interfere with the act of nurturance. Part 2, Psychotherapy and Nurturing. Even today, it appears psychotherapy, which can be considered a practice of nurturing, frequently has its effectiveness dampened through an unconscious reliance on patriarchal authoritarian discourse, a discourse that devalues nurturing. Psychotherapy both supports and opposes hierarchical authority. Psychoanalysis, until recent decades, represented itself as a science. where science was experienced as a male dominated discourse alleged to reveal the absolute truth. It has been said that Freud's development of psychoanalysis reflected the authoritarian culture of his time. Not only was psychoanalysis a scientific discourse, but it was based on a male model of human development. Psychoanalysis was a rational, authoritative intellectual discourse in which nurturing was not understood to play a role. Moreover, the framework of analysis, where the patient merely free associates while the analyst interprets the truth, is a fundamentally hierarchical framework. The analyst relies on theory, the patient merely on her emotions. Miller and Stiber support the idea that the relationship between therapist and client remains a hierarchical one. We are proposing that cultures built on dominant subordinate relationships have created a non mutual model that permeates all relationships. We all have developed within this framework, and it tends to determine the nature of even our most intimate relationships. What is more, a hierarchical relationship can continue because it is in the typically unconscious interest of those with power to avoid calling attention to its existence. Once power is made explicit, only then can it be seen as objectionable. In his book, Therapeutic Communication, Watchell has suggested that analysts often unintentionally present interpretations to patients in ways that come across as subtly dominating, condescending, or accusatory. These forms of communication, which would likely be rejected by analysts when made conscious, are often unconsciously passed on from training analysts to analytic candidates and then finally to patients or clients. Watchell demonstrates how subtleties in the wording of therapists' interpretations frequently result in their being received by clients as demeaning. And we all know how the Bible says the serpent was subtle. Empathy, it often seems, may characterize the general presentation of a therapist's speech, providing a nurturing presence, while subtle intonations, connotations, or word choices in the background suggest underlying attitudes of dismissal, superiority, or skepticism, which interfere with the therapist's ability to, in fact, empathize. Indeed, authoritarian dynamics in therapy may often be observable exclusively in the countertransference or in manifestations of the client's unconscious. Power dynamics tending to resist visibility often can be discovered only through the investigation of nuance, if they can be discovered at all by the participating parties. It may be that a client can vaguely discern a dismissal only through his feeling sense of a sudden lack of resonance on the therapist's part whenever the client makes certain kinds of statements. Such a dynamic can be highly coercive since it can produce its effects without being noticed. Therapists at times silently rely on theory to legitimize their combating or dismissing a client's behavior that upsets them. Many works in non psychological fields have shown that subtle power dynamics, naturalized and hidden within language, can infiltrate our consciousness on a constant basis without being noticed. Therapists can note the frequency of authoritative dynamics in psychotherapy through close listening to the subtle signs of power in one's own language, as well as in one's colleagues' statements about cases. In speaking amongst each other, we therapists at times make statements about clients with surprisingly insensitive or demeaning implications, perhaps based on the rationale that we are getting off our chest reactions to client behaviors we find highly annoying. Unless these reactions are analyzed, however, getting them off our chest only perpetuates them, as well as what may be their deep intellectual and emotional concomitants. It seems likely that even after decades of theoretical awareness about the dynamics of hierarchy in therapy, subtle hierarchical dynamics continue to take place there. For example, called Winnicott, for example, called attention to them 40 years ago. There are, of course, other reasons why therapists at times continue to rely on hierarchical authoritative discourse in therapy. To begin with, the therapist's authority may be necessary to engender respect for the therapist's knowledge, expertise, and character. This authority helps the client to suspend his critical faculties for periods of time in order to be receptive towards the therapy. The therapist status as expert combined with the client's position of vulnerability, being the one whose intimate problems are addressed, who lacks the expertise, etc., creates a sense of hierarchy which seems unavoidable. For some therapists, authority is a way of guarding against nurturing and the feelings associated with it because they can be seen as a threat to the legitimacy of authority. Then, too, both the positive transference and the transference of early parental figures onto the therapist make hierarchical dynamics seem impossible to avoid. Finally, most clients seem to want or even need the therapist to function in an authoritative way, though they likely have little awareness of what an alternative might be or how one might go about implementing it. The dynamics of patriarchy and authority in therapy can create obstacles in the way of empathy, in the way of nurturing, and thus in the way of effective therapy. A therapist leaning in the direction of the authoritative runs the risk of obstructing the empathetic connection necessary for healing to occur. An authoritative framework can make a client continually feel, consciously or unconsciously, like he is at a like he is at any moment about to be judged. This can increase the client's anxiety and reliance on defenses, making the process of therapy less likely to be effective. An authoritative hierarchical framework for therapy can also, whether explicitly or implicitly, coerce the client into merely accepting the therapist's views. This may reduce the therapist's ability to empathize with the client's experience, as well as discourage the client from arriving at conclusions in the way that she needs them. An authoritative orientation can reduce the therapist's receptivity because authority depends on the adherence to certain established ideas. A hierarchical therapy tends to involve a therapist who, again, explicitly or implicitly takes charge and knows the answers. This can discourage creativity and initiative on the part of the client, stifling on emerging, unfolding process of growth before it has a chance to even take root. Just as the role of the priest enacting womb envy may have usurped the procreative power of women, the role of the authoritative therapist who believes that he has the answers can usurp the procreative power of the client. Winnicott, believing creativity central to the process of therapy, was concerned about a therapist knowing interpretations, that they would steal the client's creativity, which he needs for psychological growth. Psychotherapy, however, not only relies on authoritative patriarchal discourse, but has provided us with ways to counter this discourse. In creating psychoanalysis, Freud brought about a profession based less on the application of authoritative methods than on the analyst's empathic immersion in the psychological world of the patient. The creation of psychoanalysis was rooted not only in Freud's desire to find a cure for hysteria, but in his unusual capacity for empathy. Paradoxically, while Freud's wish to give psychoanalysis the supposed certainty of science lent an authoritarian aura to the practice, its scientific basis contributed to the procedure of making lengthy, non-judgmental explorations of the patient's own self-directed thought processes, a deep practice of empathy based on respect for the thoughts of the patient. One can see both this deep empathy, traditionally of feminine discourse, and this STEM, objective authority, traditionally a masculine discourse. And Freud's striking comment that the analyst must turn his own unconscious like a receptive organ towards the transmuting unconscious of the patient. It was also scientific objectivity which led Freud to insist on avoiding influencing patients. This encouraged practitioners to treat psychoanalysis as a non intrusive method which did not make suggestions but only presented the truth. Thus, the patient, not the analyst, that is, the authority, to a large degree determined the direction and the context of the sessions. Despite the fact that Freud played the role of authority, there was a strong mutual and collaborative aspect to psychoanalysis from the start. Although his influence was somewhat limited due to his personal and professional split with Freud, Sandor Ferenczi in the early that's going across in the early in the history of psychoanalysis developed views which departed from authoritarian patriarchal aspects of the practice. Ferenczi placed much emphasis in analysis on relationships, both the role of relationships in the development of emotional problems, for example, in the causation of trauma, and the role of the relationship between the analyst and the patient. Ferenczi believed that analysis need more nurturing relationship with patients, less detached and authoritarian, more caring and collaborative. Although Freud believed that the relationship between the analyst and the patient during the positive transference plays a key role in the success of the treatment, Freud saw psychoanalysis as a practice based on the pursuit of truth, not the development of a relationship. Since Freud, psychoanalysis has increasingly focused on relationships and the relational, which has resulted in one, a tendency to see analysis as involving perspectives developed by the analyst and the patient, and not simply the analyst's view, and two, new viewpoints on the causes of, the nature of, and the means of treating patients' emotional disturbances. This has involved a greater appreciation of the role of nurturing in psychological growth, both the mother's nurturing of her child and the therapist's nurturing of her clients. Ferenczi was the analyst of Balint. Balint took further some of Ferenczi's concerns. For example, patients said to be seeking in the analytic relationship to gratify primitive sexual and aggressive wishes more linked with inner drives than the object relationships. Balint described as seeking love that they had been deprived of early on, primary love. Balint was one of the British object relations theorists, analysts who saw humans as fundamentally seeking to connect with objects, not to reduce tension or gratify drives as Freud had thought. This view broke from one of Freud's most basic premises. While psychoanalysis from the beginning was somewhat relational, since after all it was rooted in a form of empathy for the feelings of a person in need, its relational foundation became more prominent, explicit, and pervasive in the work of the British object relations theorists. Oh, no. A leading one of these theorists, W.R.D. Fairbairn, did much to address the needs and concerns of women, which earlier theorists had tended to neglect. Like the other object relations theorist, Fairbairn based his work on Melanie Klein's perspective that infants from the start are fundamentally interactive beings. Radically departing from Freud's views, Fairbairn emphasized that human motivation is based not on the seeking of pleasure, but on the traditionally feminine concern of connection with others. While Freud thought the analytic cure resulted from the patient's insight, Fairbairn thought that it came from the patient's new capacity for object relations. This new capacity, Fairbairn believed, is brought about in the context of the analyst's relationship with the patient. Fairbairn conceived of the developmental process in a way that countered the male bias and the tendencies of existing developmental schemes. He proposed that development moves from infantile dependence to mature dependence. Fairbairn saw infantile dependence as an oral and corporative taking rather than giving, state wherein the subject does not differentiate the caregiver from herself. Mature dependence, Fairbairn considered a more cooperative give and take state in which the caregiver is differentiated from the one cared for. The distinction between infantile dependence and mature dependence creates an alternative to the idea that the goal of development is autonomy or independence. Fairborn thus questioned the widespread male oriented assumption that independence is a possible and desirable goal of human development. This assumption is deeply rooted both in psychological theory and in the human psyche. Fairbairn's challenge of this assumption contributed to the feminist view that the assumption helps to cover up male dependence on the relational world. In the early decades of the 20th century, anticipating later developments, Karen Horney wrote an incisive critique of penis envy, responding to Freud's conception of female development. Addressing Freud's conception, she asserted that the conclusion so far drawn from the investigations, amounting as it does to an assertion that one half of the human race is discontented with the sex assigned to it and can overcome this discontent only in favorable circumstances, is decidedly unsatisfying, not only to feminine narcissism, but also to biological science. Her view of penis envy revealed the male bias in Freud's development theory and showed how his theory functioned to legitimize male domination. In recent decades, a number of psychoanalytic feminists have found object relations theory useful for rethinking the psychosocial development of gender. Object relations theory helped to shift theorists' concern to the periods of development earlier than the Oedipus complex, changing the focus from the father's relationship to the child to the mother's. The relationship between the child and his objects now become a central concern. Theory came to stress the basic importance of the mother's nurturance and attachment to the child, hugely neglected in Freud's generally non-relational developmental framework. In this way, there came to be studies of the role of the environment in child development, a significant focus of the object relations theorist D.W. Winnicott. Following the example of such earlier thinkers as Horney and Clara Thompson and relying on object relations theory, psychoanalytic feminists explored the roles of culture and society in the construction of gender differences. Both Chodaro and Dinnerstein believed that since in our culture the young boy lacks the direct and concrete identification with a same sex parent that the young girl has with her mother, the boy develops less of a sense of connection to others, the opposite of the girl's relational focus. Jessica Benjamin considered the psychosocial dynamics of male domination. She critiqued the physic structure, no, the psychic structure of doer and done to. that underlies domination, taking into account how domination is anchored in the hearts of the dominated, questioning how and to what extent autonomy can be a desirable character trait. Psychoanalytic feminists also stressed the need for both sexes for such traditionally feminine traits as empathy, compassion, and emotional connection. The works of these feminists have influenced authoritarian and patriarchal trends both in terms of the directions of research and in terms of the values and models that therapists bring to psychotherapy. Considering another source of relational psychoanalytic studies, Greenberg and Mitchell use the word relational to refer to an underlying framework shared by British object relations theory, self psychology and interpersonal psychoanalysis, and American school and psychoanalysis stressing interpersonal interaction. This framework has come to be called relational psychoanalysis. Mitchell has been considered one of its most eloquent proponents. In one sense, the word relational simply suggests an emphasis on relationships. In relational psychoanalysis, as in Fairbairn's theory, the change occurs not through the development of insight, but through changes in relationships. This can include any relationship in the patient's life, but especially, or at least initially, his relationship with the analyst. Thus, there is an emphasis on working with real relationships along with the patient's relationship with internal or imagined objects. Working with the real present day relationships of the patient, her relationship with the analyst, as well as the patient's intra psychic relationships, the analyst may consider the patient in many contexts. Relational psychoanalysis depends on a critique of Freud's belief that an analyst can be neutral and objective and thus serve as a blank slate onto which the patient projects his unconscious fantasies. Relational psychoanalysts have pointed out that when the analyst remains detached and tries to reveal nothing, this itself is a way of presenting himself, which may, for example, make him come across as uncaring, if not inhuman. There is no way for the analyst to be objective. Moreover, by putting aside the objective, detached posture, the analyst becomes both one more inclined to become usefully caught up in the patient's projective identifications, or a complex process in which the patient's projections are experienced by the analyst in ways that can reveal the patient's unconscious thought, and two, more able to help foster an experience for the patient that reduces or corrects the effects of bad parenting. By discarding the belief that she can be objective, the analyst becomes more responsible for how she chooses to act with the patient and for the effects of those actions. The analyst thus comes to see her role not as one who discovers the truth, but rather as one who constructs to perspective. There is a reduction in her authority. Analyst and patient come to interact on more equal terms. Due to the challenge of authority in recent psychoanalytic theory, Erwin Hoffman, a relational theorist, believes that the analyst authority today can only be seen as an ironic authority. This is in part because the analyst faces in analysis the challenge of personal participation in the interaction in a spirit of mutuality, the kind of participation that exposes the analyst's fallibility, vulnerability, and even exploitativeness. As therapists, we become highly trained of seeming empathetic when in reality, of necessity, our flaws and unseemingly reactions are a substantial part of the therapy. The ever gentle, empathic stance of the therapist is always, to a degree, a reaction formation. As with the client, it may be that the therapist as well. Some of the most important thoughts occurred not in direct response to the therapy at the manifest level, but in the latent content of the therapist's thoughts, which can only be unraveled gradually and indirectly. Psychotherapy has a long and increasing history of cultivating the practice of nurturing, yet, psychotherapy, we believe, remains based on a contradiction. It both supports and opposes authoritative patriarchal discourse. Its clinical methods, which stress empathy, often seem to come into contradiction with its social dynamics, which can stress the authoritative. Empathy is contrary to authority, since while empathy is based on receptivity towards the other's perspective, authority seeks, however subtly, however implicitly, however indirectly, to coerce, or persuade the other into accepting one's own. No matter how one responds to the question of authority in psychotherapy, and this will depend on individual clients and circumstances, it is not possible, given our complicity with authority, to simply be for or against it. One cannot maintain what Hoffman refers to as the neatness of the dichotomy between nurturing and authority. Perhaps at times one can manage a synthesis which includes important elements of the two. One might attempt to retain from authority in some way the importance of the therapist's expertise while seeking to do away with the therapist's mystique and any encouragement of a client's attitude of compliance. One might cultivate a gradual process of moving in a collaborative direction, rigorously upholding the premise that knowledge and expertise do not imply the superiority of knowing better. This may include explicitly teaching clients ways of interpreting their own unconscious. Mitchell believed that one might transform the traditional concept of authority by denying that the therapist has access to the truth about the patient and helping her instead to become the author of her own story. Clearly, one needs patience and creativity to respond to the issue of patriarchy and authority in therapy. One needs to admit that we do not have the answers, though we badly need them. It is a task of psychotherapy, therefore, to continue to conduct bit by bit an inquiry into the subtle dynamics of authority and patriarchy in our deep clinical worlds. We need to make explicit the social dynamics of this allegedly private space. In recent years, many writers have discussed the necessity of collaboration for psychotherapy. We need to learn more, however, about the subtle forces that block such collaboration. For these hierarchical dynamics are part of a long history which is mainly unconscious. The history of the societies that tended to devalue nurturing. We would likely finally to invoke a metaphor to portray a scenario in psychotherapy, a scenario which reminds us of the story of Penelope's loom, to borrow Mitchell's borrowed metaphor, where the shroud so arduously woven all day long through the work of nurturing, a promptly unwoven at night through the dynamics of authority. Conclusion. We hope that our examination of womb envy has raised some questions about the nature of power in our society and where its authority has come from. We hope, firstly, to have shown that womb envy played a significant role in the historical traditions of Judaism, Roman Catholicism, and Islam. We also hope to have shown that the defenses against womb envy, for example, the appropriation defense, can lead to insensitivity or even contempt towards women and a consequent disdain for nurturing. We have tried to suggest that womb envy, through a systematic rejection and evaluation of the feminine, has helped to bring about a world in which such values as nurturing, compassion, relationship, and connection tend not to be highly valued in the social world, in the world of work. We have examined how a devaluation of nurturing being part of our society as a whole occurs even in psychotherapy, where nurturing is fundamental. Finally, we have looked at how writers have managed to bolster the role of nurturing in therapy despite its constraint by the socially prevailing tendencies of hierarchy, authority, and patriarchy. Okay, that's it for that. We're at 1:40. Let me grab some water. I'll be right back. One 44 on the timer. Yes, we are back. Okay, so we're done with that. Now we shall And that again was Womb, Envy, and Western Society on ejop.psychopen.eu, Midwestern University. So now we will look at womb envy according to the Bible. So this is an AI overview. It says that womb envy is a concept in psychology proposed by feminist psychoanalyst Karen Horney, which suggests that men may experience feelings of envy or inadequacy regarding women's biological capacity to conceive, carry, and give birth to children. This concept is often presented in contrast to Freud's theory of penis envy, which described a woman's supposed envy of the male phallus. While the term womb envy itself a psychological construct and not a concept directly discussed or named in the Bible, there are biblical narratives and themes that some scholars and readers interpret through a lens of gender dynamics and potential envy related to women's productive roles. The story of Rachel and Leah in the book of Genesis. The sisters Rachel and Leah, wives of Jacob, engage in a competition to bear children for their husband, a struggle driven in part by a strong societal emphasis on women's roles as mothers and inheritors of the family line. Leah, initially less loved, is blessed with children, while Rachel struggles with barrenness, leading to jealousy and intense desire for children from Rachel's side. While this is not explicitly womb envy, it highlights the significant role of childbearing and the emotional impact of fertility within a biblical context. The desire for lineage and posterity. Throughout the Bible, particularly in the Old Testament, the importance of lineage, family continuity, and the carrying on of a father's name is emphasized. This emphasis, particularly within a patriarchal social structure, could potentially be linked by some to psychological concepts of envy surrounding the reproductive capacity necessary to fulfill these cultural expectations. The Genesis narrative. Feminist interpretations of the Genesis story point out the way the creation account and fall narrative can be interpreted to either support or challenge patriarchal structures, according to the Torah.com. Some interpretations argue that these narratives have been historically used to justify the subordination of women and potentially hint at deeper psychological factors related to gender and power dynamics. It's important to recognize that interpretations vary. Different theological and scholarly perspectives interpret biblical texts in diverse ways, including the narratives about women and their roles. Psychological concepts are distinct from biblical narratives, while psychological theories can be used to analyze and understand human behavior and emotions within biblical stories. They should not be conflated with the direct statements or intentions of the biblical authors themselves. The Bible, while containing narratives that can be analyzed from a psychological perspective, does not explicitly use modern psychological terms like womb envy. Feminist biblical interpretation, history, and goals. Oh, that's the next. That is the next topic. Okay, so that was it for the AI overview for the Bible. Now we're going to look at the feminist biblical interpretation. That is from 10/29/2019. Okay, this is the Torah.com. So this says feminist biblical interpretation is more than simply paying attention to text about women. It is also a means of achieving a more accurate understanding of life in ancient Israel and of the composition of the Bible. This is a article by Dr. Sarah Schechtman. What is feminist biblical interpretation? At its most basic, feminist biblical interpretation is analysis of biblical text about women or that deal with matters of concern to women. Because so much of mainstream biblical scholarship historically has focused on men and been written by men, the primary motivation for many feminists has been to make sure women are included as more than incidental figures in discussions of the Bible, whether from a historical, a literary, or a theological viewpoint. To state the obvious, although the culture that produced the Hebrew Bible was undoubtedly headed by men at any given time, its population was roughly half female. Beyond just an interest in women, feminism is also concerned with the relationship between men and women and the differences in power and status that that relationship creates and helps preserve. Ancient Israel, like all societies, was not just a patriarchy in which all men dominated all women. Instead, a variety of social hierarchies existed, with Carol Myers's terms heterarchy, from the Greek heteros, other, different, and archean, meaning to rule. For example, Sarah might be subservient to her husband Abraham, but she exerts considerable power over Hagar, an enslaved Egyptian woman in her household. Feminist interpretation and political feminism. Feminism is often equated with a political stance, the push for women's equal rights in all areas, but this is only one type of feminism, which cannot be reduced to just one perspective. What all feminisms have in common is the premise that women's experience as women is relevant. They also share a recognition of the fact that every reader brings biases to the text, whether they are aware of that fact or not. Pure objectivity is impossible. Feminist scholarship does not claim that it provides the only legitimate approach to interpreting text. Good scholarship tries to take in as many perspectives as it can. Like lenses on reality, each perspective has a limited range of vision. If we use multiple lenses, combining the image that each generates, we can begin to create a panorama that more truly reflects the experiences of all people. Which lens we choose to use, which questions we choose to ask of the text, influences the image and the answers we produce. The roots of the feminist movement. Feminist biblical interpretation has its roots in the larger feminist movement. The two were inseparable in their origins. The early women's equality movement in the mid 19th century, mainly in the United States but also in Great Britain and elsewhere, was focused on both gender equality and the abolition of slavery, though it eventually made women's right to vote in elections its central focus. The exclusion of women from voting was enshrined practice in most countries at the time. In the United States, the extension of voting rights was left to individual states and territories. And although some municipalities all allow women to vote, it was not a right addressed by the Constitution. The suffrage movement took a two pronged approach, pushing individual states to extend women the vote and simultaneously pushing a constitutional amendment to give women the franchise nationally. Use of the Bible in opposing feminism. Biblical precedent was cited, often rather vaguely, to support women's secondary status as part of the quote unquote natural order of the world, and to suggest that women could not be entrusted with so great a responsibility as voting. As a result, early advocates for women's rights to vote had to overcome two millennia of biblical interpretation that saw them, not to mention non-white people of any gender, as inferior to white men, as unequal and undeserving of the same rights of citizenship that they enjoyed. Elizabeth Cady Stanton and the Women's Bible, or Katie. Katie Stanton, 1815 to 1902, New York, an early suffragist and friend and contemporary of Susan B. Anthony, moved boldly on this front when she gathered together a number of women, a few of whom were even aware of contemporary trends in critical biblical interpretation, though barred from formally studying them, to offer their insights on passages pertaining to women in the Bible. The result was a groundbreaking commentary called The Woman's Bible, which Stanton edited and for which she wrote many but not all of the contributions. In her introduction to the work, Stanton noted the Bible's role in women's historical situation and thus their need to consult it for their liberation. When, in the early part of the 19th century, women began to protest against their civil and political degradation, they were referred to the Bible for an answer. When they protested against their unequal position in the church, they were referred to the Bible for an answer. The readings in the Woman's Bible were aimed at showing not only where the Bible supported women's equality, but also where it was complicit in their subordination. As a result, its interpretations were not always flattering. Like some modern interpreters, Stanton was an early reader of the creation story in Genesis 1 as depicting equality between the sexes, arguing that Genesis 1 plainly shows the simultaneous creation of man and woman and their equal importance in the development of the human race. All those theories based on the assumption that man was prior in the creation have no foundation in the scripture. Lily Devereaux Blake, 1833 to 1913, another contributor to the volume, went even further, arguing that in the creation story in Genesis 2, woman is the crowning glory of the whole. WHOLE. It cannot be maintained that woman was inferior to man, even if, as asserted in chapter 2, she was created after him without at once admitting that man is inferior to the creeping things because created after them. But ultimately, Stanton concluded that the biblical portrait of womanhood, which was rife with women acting in underhanded and deceptive ways, was rarely a fitting model for women. As Sarah did not possess any of the heroic virtues worthy of our imitation, we need not linger either to praise or blame her characteristics. Neither she nor Abraham deemed it important to speak the truth when any form of tergiversation might serve them. In fact, the wives of the patriarchs, all untruthful and one a kleptomaniac, but illustrate the law that the cardinal virtues are seldom found in oppressed classes. Because they were rejecting their own social standing, these early feminists rejected much of the biblical model that they saw as responsible for their status. At the same time, though, they focused positively on those texts that they felt bolstered their own cause, as with Stanton's reading of Genesis 1. For example, Stanton saw in Miriam's challenge of Moses in Numbers 12 a positive role model for women seeking leadership opportunities denied to them by men. In this narrative, we see thus early women's desire to take some part in government, though denied all share in its honor and dignity. Miriam no doubt saw the humiliating distinctions of sex in the Mosaic code and customs and longed for the power to make the needed amendments. In criticizing the discrepancies in Moses' character and government, Miriam showed a keen insight into the common principles of equity and individual conduct, and great self respect and self assertion in expressing her opinions, qualities most lacking in ordinary women. Another early suffragist, the Christian Universalist minister Phoebe Hannaford, 1829 to 1921, used a very different biblical text as a negative example. Reading Numbers 30, a text that describes how fathers and husbands can override the vows of their daughters or wives. Hannaford noted the ways in which women are deprived of autonomy and unjustly subject to the authority of men. Woman is here taught that she is irresponsible. The father or the husband is all. They are wisdom, power, responsibility, but woman is a non entity if still in her father's house or if she has a husband. I object to this teaching. It is unjust to man that he should have the added responsibility of his daughter's or wife's word, and it is cruel to woman because the irresponsibility is enslaving in its influence. Not only was this book an early demonstration of the feminist axiom that the personal is political, but it was also one of the first instances of what would become a prevalent aspect of feminist biblical interpretation: the tendency to either reject or reclaim the biblical model for women, and for some interpreters to do both at the same time. As Stanton noted in her introduction to the volume, the Bible cannot be accepted or rejected as a whole. Its teachings and varied its teachings are varied and its lessons differ widely from each other. In criticizing the peccadilloes of Sarah, Rebecca, and Rachel, we would not shadow the virtues of Deborah, Huldah, and Vashti. The canon law, the scriptures, the creeds and codes and church discipline of the leading religions bear the impress of fallible man and not of our ideal great first cause, the spirit of all good that set the universe of matter and mind in motion. Stanton drew considerable pushback. Even in the book's introduction, she cited the unwillingness of some of the few contemporary women scholars trained in biblical Hebrew and Greek to be involved in the project, afraid that their high reputation and scholarly attainments might be compromised by taking part in an enterprise that for a time may prove very unpopular. Likewise, she noted that more religiously conservative women were reluctant to engage in a project that espoused more liberal views. Stanton fought back against charges that it was more ridiculous for women than men to offer their own interpretations of the Bible or to look to Scripture rather than the Constitution for arguments about their rights. Susan B. Anthony refused to be involved in the project, not sharing Stanton's conviction that women's legal status was inextricably tied to her religious status. Ultimately, the Woman's Bible proved controversial enough that the National American Woman Suffrage Association censured Stanton and pushed her to the margins of the suffrage movement. Feminism comes in waves. The ratification of the 19th Amendment, granting women the right to vote, followed shortly after the end of World War I and was followed not long after by the Great Depression and then World War II. The war effort during World War II saw many women go to work and effectively function as the heads of their families in the absence of fathers, husbands, and sons who had gone to Europe and the Pacific. The post-war period, however, saw a backlash to this temporary liberation, and American society in the 1950s saw an increased emphasis on women's domestic roles. This restriction of roles set the stage in turn for the renewal of the women's rights movement, which many trace to the publication of Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique in 1963. This so-called second wave feminist movement gathered steam in the 1970s, and it did not take long for modern biblical interpreters to begin applying newly developed feminist methods to the biblical text. Feminist theological interpretation was again important at this stage, given the place of religion and the Bible in the United States. Second wave feminist Bible interpretation. Like Stanton, many feminist interpreters have taken a generally negative view of the Bible. Mary Daly, a self described radical lesbian feminist who taught theology at Boston College, rejected the Bible entirely, deeming it a text without any social value at all, a product of an oppressive patriarchy that could do nothing but perpetuate women's inequality. In her discussion of the story of the so called fall in Genesis 2 to 3, for example, Daly notes that attempts to justify the story's misogyny by citing its mythic nature are intellectually bankrupt. Come on, girl. 1 second. There you go. Oh, they don't want to let me finish. Let's refresh that. My bad. They brought up some email trying to make me subscribe. Gotta find my spot. Okay, so in the myth of the fall, the medium is the message, and both message and medium must be rejected if women are to be liberated. Nevertheless, feminism was not going to succeed without bringing some believers along with it. Scholars like Phyllis Tribble, one of the most influential feminist Bible scholars, sought theological readings of the text that redeemed the Bible and God for women. In her first book, God and the Rhetoric of Sexuality, Tribal, like Stanton, argued that far from creating women as subordinate to men, the two sexes were created equal in Genesis 1 at the same time and both in God's image, 3:14 p.m. Further, Tribble argued this mutuality of the sexes is reflected in biblical descriptions of God, which, alongside masculine metaphors, use feminine and even motherly ones. For example, describing God with the term rahamim, compassionate, related to the term rehem, womb. And yet, even Tribble could not deny the Bible's deeply troubling parts, such as the sacrifice of Jephthah's daughter in Judges 11 and the rape of Tamar in 2 Samuel 13, which she dubbed Text of Terror in her second book of the same name. A pair of articles by another feminist Bible scholar, J. Cheryl Exum, embodies this very tension between positive and negative readings. In the first article, she focuses on the positive and prolific role of women in Exodus 1 to 2, treating the episode more or less in literary isolation. In a follow up article written a decade later, though, Exum grapples with the fact that following this episode, the women disappear almost entirely. As the text turns to focus on men through the rest of the Pentateuchal narrative, nevertheless, she notes, I would still not question my conclusions that the women in Exodus 1 and 2 are portrayed positively that they are active and enterprising and that their actions are important for the future of the Israelite people. But a gender aware analysis of the text in its larger context instead focuses on how the positive portrayal of women in Exodus chapter 1.8 to 2, verse 10, nevertheless serves male interests. In this second essay, Exum concludes that the text exalts women operating in the traditionally female domestic sphere as a way to justify confining them to it. 316. Moreover, the fact that they are clustered in these chapters working together to achieve a single end dilutes their influence. Is feminist scholarship political and prescriptive? The general tendencies described above have led to a view of feminist biblical scholarship as either rejecting or reclaiming the Bible for women's rights, and for women's history. That is, to view it as either essential to or incompatible with the feminist movement. This contributes to the perception that feminist scholarship is political, subjective, and prescriptive as a method, and therefore not scholarly and thus unsuitable for application to historical questions, which should strive for objectivity. This view, held in fact by some feminists and non feminists alike, is problematic. First, it assumes that complete objectivity is possible, which is a faulty assumption. Everyone has biases, even if they do their best to compensate for them. Though we may try not to be subjective, that does not mean we are really attaining objectivity. Second, it assumes that analysis arrived at with some degree of subjectivity is not useful for historical analysis or historical reconstruction. The truth is quite the opposite, however, as approaching a topic or an event from as many angles as possible provides the best overall view. Moreover, it should be noted that feminist analysis is not limited to female scholars. Male scholars have also branched out into feminist interpretation, in addition to focusing on related matters of masculinity and of gender more broadly. How feminist scholarship helps us understand the text. To illustrate feminist criticism, let us look at a few examples. One particularly fruitful avenue of feminist historical interpretation has been reconstructing the parameters of ancient Israelite society using sociological and anthropological tools. Carol Myers, for example, uses archaeological data and social scientific methods alongside textual readings to create a better understanding of ancient Israelite social structures, especially in the earlier Iron 1 and 2 periods, corresponding to the period from about 1200 BCE until 586 BCE. As Myers' research demonstrates, household archaeology sheds new light on the role of women in subsistence societies like early Israel was. Women's vital involvement in the household economy shows that women in rural Iron Age Israel came about as close to parity with men as it is generally possible to come. Punishment of Eve. Myers takes a particularly close look at Genesis 3:16, it's 3:20 now. The NJPS translation, which is typical here, reads, "And to the woman he said, I will make most severe your pangs in childbearing. In pain shall you bear children, yet your urge shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you." As Myers notes, no single verse of the Hebrew Bible is more troubling for issues of gender relations and women's roles than Genesis 3:16, which has traditionally been interpreted to mean that women should suffer pain in childbirth and subordination to men as punishment for the first woman's role in eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The focus in such readings is on the idea that the woman is cursed a term that does not appear in the verse, and giving a punishment that is proportionately greater than the punishment meted out to the man, in accord with her supposedly greater role in the transgression. Myers, however, reads the passage as an etiological tale, a tale of explanation that describes the life of Israelite peasants in a subsistence economy, which she notes is standard in interpretations of the verses addressed to the man, 17 through 19, though it is generally missing from readings of the verse about the woman. Note too that verse 17 does contain the word cursed, or aurora, Arurah. The earth is cursed as a result of the man's behavior. Myers argues that the grammar and vocabulary show that the first part of the verse means women out of Eden will work hard and also have many pregnancies. God is mandating woman's role in production and reproduction. This is much more in line with readings of verses 17 through 19 that focus on the man's toil and difficulty in living an agrarian lifestyle. The second half of the verse is an effort to encourage and control reproduction in a society where women might otherwise be reluctant to give birth, given the high mortality rates for infants and for women. Using philological, archaeological, and sociological evidence, Myers proposes the following translation for Genesis 3:16. I will make great your toil and many your pregnancies. With hardship shall you have children. Your turning is to your man slash husband, and he shall rule slash control you sexually. The woman is not singled out for having played a greater role in the episode, nor is the outcome for her significantly more odious than is the one for the man. Instead, men and women share responsibilities for their own subsistence and for human reproduction, despite women's potential reluctance given the risk of childbearing. Both will have to work hard, and each will have a particular area of dominance, though on the whole, men will have more dominance over women than vice versa. The Decalogue for Men. In addition to texts that specifically mention women, feminist analysis can also provide new context and understanding where women are notably absent, as in many of the biblical laws. Athaliah Brenner has noted that many of these laws are spoken to a male addressee. Masculine grammatical forms can be used as a default in Hebrew, meaning that they are used in some cases that also include women. However, some notable cases are problematic. Exodus chapter 19, verse 15, and he said to the people, be ready for the third day. Do not go near a woman. This verse, part of the instructions addressed to the Israelites as they prepared to receive the revelation at Sinai, would seem to address the entire people. Yet the text makes clear that only men are addressed when it cautions its addresses against going near a woman. Another example from the 10th commandment of the Decalogue likewise assumes a male addressee when it includes the neighbor's wife among possessions of the neighbor's not to be coveted. And of course, it also lists the wife as a possession. Exodus chapter 20, verse 17, you shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife or his male or female slave or his ox or his donkey or anything that is your neighbor's. Indeed, all of the 10 commandments are addressed to grammatically masculine subjects. It is safe to assume that women were not generally exempt from most of these laws. They were not allowed to murder or to steal, despite that fact that these laws are addressed to men. Nevertheless, reading the text with an eye to gender in these cases makes clear that the biblical author's default Israelite here, and in many other cases, is a man, not a woman. David Kleins makes a similar observation, noting that the Decalogue law here is decidedly serving the interest of men. Though Kleins does not set out explicitly to do feminist analysis, he arrives there by asking questions about the interest behind the text, just as feminist analysis does. Feminist Bible interpretation, where from here? The important challenge posed by feminist biblical interpretation is what we do with the gender bias in the text. We can read generously and conclude that though the addressee is male, numerous other cases make clear that women are included in one way or another in the biblical author's concepts of who constitutes the nation of Israel. Or we can read with a hermeneutics of suspicion, recognizing that there are places in the Bible that are problematic for women, where women are not in view and where their concerns are made secondary to the concerns of men. Or we can assimilate this new information into our understanding of the biblical text and its authors without attaching a value to it for modern politics and theologies, but as one more tool to be used in historical reconstruction. Feminist biblical interpretation is about broadening our view on the historical text and the people who produced it. Is it 221? Okay, let's see. All right, next we have feminist interpretation of certain Bible passages on www.kenyon, KENYON.edu. Okay, so when asked about what he saw as the possible outcome of feminist study and interpretation of the Bible, the theologian David Tracy replied, "The next intellectual revolution. The role of women in the Bible is undoubtedly an important one, but whether they are painted as heroines or as deceivers depends on the source. Feminist biblical scholars have pointed to various aspects of biblical language that some consider problematic when trying to foster equality between genders. I will be addressing certain specific biblical passages that have traditionally been cited as examples of women being held back by biblical authors. There are many different schools of thought on these passages. I will be explaining popular feminist interpretations and giving the rationale behind it. There is also a discussion of feminism and the Bible in God language and feminist Christology. Now, again, we are going over this in comparison to womb envy, and we will then go into the female sacrifice. Now, we first have to sacrifice the mind before we can sacrifice the body, or be able to have a woman be able to let a man sacrifice her child. One of the best known stories in the Bible is that of Adam and Eve. It has been stated that since Adam was created first and it was Eve who first ate the apple, men are somehow more spiritual than women. These people consider women more prone to fall into temptation and less able to grasp or experience more complex spirituality. Feminists have interpreted this story quite differently. So out of the ground the Lord formed every beast of the field and bird of the air, but for the man there was not found a helper fit for him. So the Lord caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and while he slept, took one of his ribs and closed up its place with flesh. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from the man, he made into a woman and brought her to the man. Then the man said, "This at last is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Therefore, a man leaves his father and his mother and cleaves to his wife, and they become one flesh." Now, this verse has much significance for myself because it is Genesis 2:19, which is my day of birth. So, instead of finding significance in Eve being created second, Elaine Storkey believes the significance is in the way that both male and female were made from the same material. In the second Genesis account, the animals are all created out of clay or out of earthly matter. This interpretation states that God could not have created woman out of clay because it was too different from Adam. She was intended to be the companion of man and therefore needed to be made of the same material as him. Creating Eve out of Adam's rib is seen as a way of saying that they are so similar and so connected, men and women should be considered equals. Also, it is not until Genesis 3, after sin has entered the world through Adam and Eve's disobedience, that a hierarchical structure is predicted. Before sin, there was a state of equality, implying to the feminist that equality is an ideal that God is asking us to strive for. This can it this is alluded to by Adam's statement, "This at last is bone of my bones." It implies that Adam has been waiting for a companion that is fit for him, and only Eve or woman who can feel that need in him. A traditionally troubling passage for women has been Ephesians chapter 5, verses 21 through 33. 3:33 on the clock. Be subject to one another out of reverence for Christ. Wives, be subject to your husbands as to the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church, his body, and is himself its Savior. As the church is subject to Christ, so let wives also be subject in everything to their husbands. Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her, that he might sanctify her. Husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. For no man ever hates his own flesh, but nourishes it and cherishes it, as Christ does the church, because we are members of his body. For this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. This mystery is a profound one, and I am saying that it refers to Christ and the church. However, let each one of you love his wife as himself, and let the wife see that she respects her husband. Elaine Storkey points out that the Greek word kephale, Kephale, is often translated as head in this passage. This word is commonly used in metaphors. It used to describe Christ's relationship to the church. He is viewed as the head of the church, but this is different than saying Christ is the authority of the church. He is the one who began the church, bringing it into existence. If the original authors had intended to imply authority by calling Christ the head of the church, they would have used the word arche, Arche. Feminists interpret the Ephesians passage and being a metaphor for the fundamental union of man and wife. Part of the man's role, as defined by this interpretation, is to release in his wife parts of her that are only accessible through a marital relationship. In this sense, the husband is bringing about new areas of growth in his wife. So the word kabal was chosen to describe this aspect of a marital relationship. As far as the woman being subject to her husband, verse 21, which is directly prior to that claim, imparts the responsibility of all believers to subject to one another out of reverence for Christ. This means that men and women alike are being called to serve each other. The passage goes on to describe how men are called to love their wife as Christ loved the church. Christians believe that Christ suffered and died for the church. This exemplifies the kind of sacrifice Paul is asking husbands to be willing to make for the well being of their wives. Just as importantly, Christ lived a life dedicated to the service of all people. He became head of the church by living a life of self-sacrifice and service, and it is by his example that men become head of their wife. Feminists believe that this passage does not require submission to a husband that is not living a life of sacrifice and service for his wife. Without these qualities, a man has not come into the role of headship because he has not met the criteria put forth by Paul in light of Christ's example. If he is not considered the head, then she is only called to be subject to him in as much as all believers as asked to be subject to one another. It is commonly pointed out that it is only the wife who is specifically asked to submit to her husband. The reverse is never explicitly stated. However, it is never explicitly stated that the wife should love her husband. Both the husband submitting to the wife and the wife loving the husband are implicit parts of the relationship that are understood to exist. As it is explicitly stated in the passage, more is actually asked of the man than of the woman. She is only asked to be subject to her husband, but the whole church should be treating everyone in that way. The man is asked to live a life of service for his wife to point of being willing to give up his life for her. Verse 28 states, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. This is grounded in the idea that man and wife become one flesh through the act of being married and having sex. If the man does not take care of his physical body, it will eventually die. In the same way, if he does not take care of his wife and his marriage, the marriage will die. This passage is included in a letter to the people in Ephesus. The people at the time were having problems because men were not loving their wives and instead were seeking women. The women, in turn, were not respecting their husbands and marriages were falling apart. This is the specific issue that Paul is addressing. The Christian feminists have taken this insight and applied it to marriages today. Marie Sabin presents a very interesting interpretation of the Gospel of Mark and the significance his depiction of Jesus has for women's religious life. Mark refers to 3 healings that Jesus performs at the beginning of his ministry. The first was a man with an unclean spirit, the second was a mother-in-law, and the third was a leper. Mark places things he considers important in the center of various triads, as he has done here with the healing of the mother-in-law. The key word in Mark's account of this miracle is in Greek, daikon, or to serve. The word daikon is used by Jesus to describe the essence of discipleship, the most significant way to model Christ's lifestyle. It comes as no surprise that the first ministers of the gospel came to be referred to in Greek as diakonos or diakonos. However, the only person in the gospel to be described as diakonos is a woman. According to Mark, after she is healed, she is the first to model Jesus' lifestyle. In Mark chapter 5, verses 21 through 43 tells of how Jesus healed a woman who had been menstruating for 12 years. The woman depicted here expresses awe towards Christ and seeks him out for her own healing. Jesus tells the woman depicted here expresses awe towards Christ and seeks him out for her own healing. Jesus tells her that her faith has saved her. At the end of chapter 4, the disciples had just been reprimanded for their lack of their lack of faith. Soon after, we see this woman who has been ritually unclean for 12 years be commended for her faith. This healing is couched in the middle of another triad with the healing of a pagan in a foreign territory and a synagogue leader seeking Jesus to save his daughter. Highlighted here is that Jesus' touch can heal the uncleanness that others will not go near. There are other passages that show various ways in which Jesus interacted with women, but the event that shows most powerfully how important women were in the early church is the events surrounding Jesus' death and resurrection. Through the passion story, the disciples are shown to fail Christ in many ways. They consistently fail to understand him. They lack faith in him. Judas betrays him. The other disciples fall asleep in the Garden of Gethsemane. Instead of keeping watch with him, they leave him to his accusers, and Peter denies him. In contrast to the actions of the male disciples, the women discussed in the text consistently act in faith. Three women are named as being present at Jesus' crucifixion: Mary Magdalene, Mary, mother of James the younger, and Joseph, and Salome, who, when in Galilee, followed him and served him. Mark chapter 14, verses 40 through 41. Maurice Sabin interprets this roll call as particularly significant. There are three women named here, so they serve as a balance and counterpoint to the three male disciples whom Jesus chose to be his special witnesses in the garden and who fell asleep instead. The naming of the three itself is worth noticing. Instead of the anonymous women we have encountered before in the narrative, these women have achieved a new status: women transformed. These same three women are the first to arrive at Jesus' tomb. They went intending to anoint Jesus' body with the traditional oils, but found the stone rolled away from the entrance. An angelic figure sitting inside the tomb sent the women out as apostles to tell the rest of the disciples what they had found. This news is one of the most frequently discussed pieces of information in the Bible of the world, and it is women who first told it. Jesus also chose to first reveal himself after the resurrection to women. Where the male disciples fell short, the women followers of Christ stood firm by having faith, being servants, and following Christ. For more information on women's role in the Gospel of Mark, check out the link to Maurice Sabin's article. Conclusion: feminists can believe in the sacrality of the biblical text without compromising their belief in the equality of all people. The Bible can be viewed as sacred writings containing valuable truths. These truths, however, have historically and in some circles today have been viewed through the tainted glass of a patriarchal society. Because most cultures in which Christianity developed predominantly have men in power, the texts have been viewed in this light. If power had been more evenly distributed between the genders, the same biblical texts that are now interpreted as promoting male dominance could be viewed as promoting equality. However, if societies had given equal power to women, then some of the biblical passages would be unnecessary because the problems that the text addresses would not exist. The influence of men controlling power can be seen in the fact that no women have written a book in the New Testament. With Jesus teaching such strong messages about equality, it seems rather hypocritical for the disciples to have kept women from more prominent positions. However, this does not have to hinder a woman's spiritual and religious life. To the center of Christianity is the life and teachings of Christ, and here we find equality for women and men, Jews and Gentiles, slaves and freedmen. Now, 240. On the subject of what did it say? The stories of the women that do have books in the Old Testament. What is it? Ruth and Esther. Both those stories. Ruth is the inclusion of pagan nations, as well as the story of Esther, which is the Hebrews basically making leagues with other nations through marriages. And no matter what the goal is, we don't sell our daughters to other nations. So that within itself would have been accursed. So it's counterproductive. Okay, so that's that on that. Now we will go. Should we read Rome Envy? We did do Rome Envy from the Wikipedia. This is Rome Envy Psychology Wiki Fandom. Let's see what that has to say. Again, if you're just tuning in, we are going over different aspects of womb envy to get an understanding why women were silenced and sacrificed, their minds sacrificed before their bodies, and their bodies sacrificed before giving them up sexually to be incubators of demons, and those same demons be sacrificed to demonic gods. So, womb envy psychology. There are, okay, so it says the English version has been closed. Okay. We have the orthodoxwomensministry.com. Just a moment. Trying to find it. If I don't see it, we'll just continue with the next one, in which I do not. So We will continue with the AI blog, Women and the Bible, Understanding the Role of Women in Scripture. Let's see if we can find that one. AI blog. Women and the Bible. All right. This is the this is the Orthodox Women's Ministry.com. Okay. So the introduction states the Bible is a foundational text for many religions, including Christianity. It contains story of men and women who played important roles in the history of the faith. However, women's roles in the Bible have often been overlooked or misunderstood. In this blog, we'll take a closer look at the representation of women in the Bible and how their stories have been interpreted and applied throughout history. Women in the Old Testament. The Old Testament contains many stories of women who played important roles in the history of Israel. Some of the most well known figures include Sarah, Rebecca, and Rachel, who were all matriarchs of the Jewish people. The book of Esther tells the story of a Jewish woman who becomes queen of Persia and saves her people from destruction. However, there are also many stories of women who are marginalized or mistreated in the Old Testament. For example, the story of Dinah, Jacob's daughter, is a tragic tale of rape and revenge. The book of Judges contains the story of Jephthah's daughter, who is sacrificed by her father as a vow to God. Women in the New Testament. The New Testament also contains stories of women who played important roles in the life of Jesus and the early Christian community. Mary, the mother of Jesus, is a central figure in the Christmas story. Mary Magdalene is often portrayed as a close follower of Jesus who witnessed his crucifixion and resurrection. In the early Christian community, women were active participants in spreading the message of the gospel. The book of Acts contains the story of Lydia, a businesswoman who became one of the first converts to Christianity in Europe. Phoebe, a deaconess in the church at Centuria, is mentioned in the book of Romans as a leader in the early Christian community. Interpretation and application. Throughout history, the stories of women in the Bible have been interpreted and applied in a variety of ways. Some have used these stories to support patriarchal structures within the church and society, while others have used them to argue for greater equality and empowerment for women. For example, the story of Eve in the book of Genesis has been used to justify the subordination of women to men. However, feminist theologians have argued that this interpretation ignores the complexity of the text and the fact that both Adam and Eve were responsible for the fall of humanity. Similarly, the story of Mary and Martha in the Gospel of Luke has been interpreted in different ways. Some have used this story to argue that women should be focused on domestic duties, while others have highlighted the fact that Jesus affirmed Mary's desire to learn from him and challenged traditional gender roles. The conclusion: the representation of women in the Bible is complex and multifaceted. While there are stories of women who played important roles in the history of Israel and the early Christian community, there are also stories of women who were marginalized or mistreated. Throughout history, these stories have been interpreted and applied in a variety of ways, with some using them to support patriarchal structures and others using them to argue for greater equality and empowerment for women. Ultimately, it is important to engage in ongoing dialogue and reflection on these issues and to strive for a more inclusive and equitable interpretation of the Bible. It's 240. Okay, and next we will go to Scholars Archive in Awe, A Woman's Experience, the transformative feed the transformative female body, embodied womanhood, domestic imagery, and scriptural language in Mother's Milk. Poems in Search of Heavenly Mother by Rachel Hunt Steinblick. Okay. What is this? The transformative female.
Yeah.
Okay, this is All AWE, A Woman's Experience by Scholarsarchive.byu.edu. The transformative female body, embodied womanhood, domestic imagery, and scriptural language in Mother's Milk. Poems in Search of Heavenly Mother by Rachel Hunt Steinblick. Okay, where's the article? Okay, it says women's voices and experiences have often been left out of Christian theological writing, but Rachel Hunt Steinblick's volume of poetry, Mother's Milk, foregrounds the female embodied experience of childbearing while presenting a powerful representation of the feminine divine and the religious authority, power, and presence that women in Christianity, specifically in Mormonism, can claim. In the introduction of in the introduction to Women Writing Theology, Transforming a Tradition of Exclusion, Emily Holmes argues that writing, while often a tool of oppression by the dominant culture, is also a tool of liberation because it cannot be completely controlled by the dominant group. Likewise, Subhashish Bhattacharjee and Narayan Ray assert women's writing has consistently challenged patriarchal norms by the simple act of creation independent of male intervention. Women's theological writing specifically has allowed women to access religious authority typically only given to men in Christian structures because writing about one's personal experiences with God conveys a certain authority regardless of gender. However, in order for works of women's theological writing to have lasting effect or lasting impact, They must deconstruct traditional authority structures, not merely scramble for individual power in a system of domination. Women's theological writing must illustrate a new pattern for claiming and expressing authority that rests outside historically oppressive models. Hunt Steenblick's poems explore what connection with and knowledge of a feminine deity might look like, figuring God as a woman giving birth and caring for children while speaking with female prophets and orchestrating the redemption of humankind. Her work illustrates a new pattern of claiming and expressing theological authority through the depiction of women fulfilling traditionally feminine roles, which have historically been used as barriers to keep women from religious leadership, while also showing women as God, as prophets, and as recipients of divine light. Thus, Hunt Steenblick's poems revalue female religious authority, power, and presence. For the purposes of this paper, I use the term religious authority primarily to refer to the authority that comes from one's personal connection with God, religious power to connote institutional leadership roles, and religious presence to address women's visibility in their authority and power. Mother's Milk uses embodied womanhood, domestic imagery, and scriptural language to imagine female deity and prophets and thus break down the traditional binary structure that separates female bodily experience from male religious authority, gesturing toward possibilities for religious authority and knowledge rooted in the female body and experience. The deconstruction in which Mother's Milk engages, questioning traditional binaries that set male and female, spirit and body, and reason and emotion as opposites by depicting a deity that encompasses both sides of the binary, allows Hunt Steenblick to claim her own religious authority while offering similar authority and institutional power to other women and putting women into scriptural narrative. Mother's Milk reimagines women's role in Christianity, bringing women into equal partnership with men in religious practices. Post structuralism and binary thinking in Christianity. In order to understand how Hunt Steenblick reclaims female religious authority, power, and presence by deconstructing binaries that have mandated women's exclusion from these spaces, we must first articulate the basics of post structuralist theory. Jacques Derrida, perhaps the most well known post structuralist, outlined the flaws of structuralism throughout his work, arguing that the center, or what structuralism privileges as the fixed origin of meaning, actually represents a paradox. Because while it often appears to be within a particular structure of signification, it simultaneously occupies an exterior position that allows it to operate and control the structure. The center is both within and outside the structure, thus, structures can be understood as arbitrary rather than natural or inherent. Let me plug my phone up. 1 second. What's going on? Right. Okay, we are at 3 hours. Okay. All right. In other words, usually one of the two terms in a relations in a relation of difference is given epis- epistemological precedence and used as the criterion to determine the value of the other in hierarchical fashion. Post structuralism demonstrates that one of the primary distortions that result from binary oppositional thinking has been the distortion of humanity as male and female into a dualism of superiority and inferiority that leads to women's subordination. Helene Sicius, in her use of post structuralism to develop a theory of l'écriture feminine or women's writing, refers to this process of valuing one side of a binary as inherently or naturally better than the other side as patriarchal binary thought, also arguing that all systems of binaries lead back to the male/female binary in which the female is lesser. The damaging effects of binary oppositional thinking are foundational to patriarchal structures and can be clearly seen in major trends in Christianity. Certainly, these generalizations are not true of all Christian faiths. However, the basic sketch outlined by feminist theologian Rosemary Radford Ruther in her book Sexism and God Talk is useful to understand the intersection between post structuralist thought and trends in Christianity. Ruther argues that because the male has been privileged over the female historically, Christian leadership has been, for the most part, male, and Christian theology figures its God as male as well. Ruther notes the implications of what she terms male monotheism, arguing that male monotheism reinforces the social hierarchy of patriarchal rule. This sets up a structure in which God is above men, who are in turn above women. Thus, women no longer stand in direct relation to God, they are connected to God secondarily through the male. When women can reach God only through men, men are seen not only as representatives, but also a representation of God, and women become the image of the lower material nature of humanity. Further, Ruther argues that male monotheism splits reality between transcendent spirit, mind, and ego, and inferior independent physical nature, associating women with the physical and men with the spirit. Men come to represent reason, spirit, and goodness, while women are seen as irrational, carnal, and sin prone. When Christian theology is based on a binary opposition between men and women, further dualisms follow, splitting reality between mind, body, and reason, emotion. Women become associated with the term in the binary pair that is determined to be inferior. Again, it is important to remember that there are many Christian faiths that avoid the pitfalls of patriarchal binary thought and that these trends are generalizations. However, for the most part, this binary has historically meant in Christianity as well as other major social institutions that men have not attached authority to female voices, both leaving women out of theological discussion and work as well as preventing them from claiming the authority needed to join the spaces in which theology is formulated. Woman as religious authority. French literary theorist Cissus Irrigay Iragore, Christopher, and Wittig developed the concept of literature feminine or women's writing to describe writing that subverts the patriarchal binary structures described above. Male domination of binary oppositional structures, specifically in Christianity, has made women the other in opposition to men, turning them from agents into objects. Thus, a post structuralist philosophy is essential to a theory of women's writing as a way to break out of the limited roles in which women have been contained. While the particularities of each theorist's work on literature feminine invariably differ and cannot be covered in the scope of this paper, these theorists all work from the basic premise that the female body opposes itself to male cultural domination, and that a focus on the female body exposes the false dichotomy dichotomies between male slash female, mind slash body, and reason slash emotion that are replicated throughout patriarchal social structures. Hunt Steenblick's poetry and her context as a Mormon woman fit into this definition of post structuralist women's writing. The general Christian tendency to devalue the body as inferior and sinful, as well as to associate the susceptibility to the body's passions with women in particular, as outlined by Ruther, continues in Mormonism. The Christian religion to which Hunt Steenblick belongs teaches that the body is important to God's plan. The body is generally regarded as something to be mastered, continuing older Christian traditions that privilege the mind and spirit above the body. Mormonism sees the body as part of the soul and believes in an embodied God. But religious scholar Aaron S. Reeves argues that this premise has not been fully realized, noting that earlier positive teachings about the body have become less common as leaders emphasize that the fall of Adam and Eve led to a body that is unredeemed, weak, and susceptible to temptation. The focus on the body as eventually eternal but currently flawed is seen in common interpretations of the Book of Mormon, part of Mormonism's scriptural canon, that focus on the idea that redemption includes triumph over the carnal nature of the body to a spiritual state, and that God's influence helps people reject the body's passions. Therefore, despite belief in an embodied God and that the body is part of the soul, these teachings and interpretations engender a theology in which the body and the spirit are currently opposed and will only be reconciled once the body has been sufficiently mastered or improved by the spirit's influence. Mormon theology does not specifically label women as more bodily and thus more sinful, but in a society shaped by binary thinking, devaluing the body as lesser than the mind means that often in Mormon culture, women are associated with the body because gender is mapped to binary oppositions. Further, because Mormon spiritual leadership is mostly male, men become implicitly associated with spirituality, which in turn, due to binary structures that shape societal thought, connects women to the body and excludes them from positions of authority. For example, the common Mormon understanding that the female equivalent of the all male Mormon priesthood is motherhood is directly related to the lasting cultural foundation that associates men with spirituality and women with the body, because motherhood is generally an embodied experience. In contrast to both Christianity's harmful connection of women and the inferior body and Mormonism's complex but often disdainful attitude toward the body, Hunt Steenblick uses embodied womanhood as a metaphor for God, allowing a deconstruction of the patriarchal binaries that separate the female body from traditional conceptions of God and God given authority. Hunt Steenblick uses the female body as a site of special revelation and makes woman the subject rather than the other in her writing. Thus, Mother's Milk conceptualizes a form of religious authority that validates embodied experience, allowing both bodily and spiritual experiences to confer the authority to know and speak about God regardless of gender. In Mother's Milk, we see these themes strongly in the poems Postpartum and the morning Soren was born, both of which deconstruct the binary between male religious authority and female bodily experience by depicting revelation that is rooted in the female body during and just after giving birth. That Hunt Steenblick chooses birth as the subject of each of those poems is significant, as birth has often been seen in traditional Christian theology as an example of women's bodily, inferior, sin prone self, a fact that precludes women from religious authority. However, Hunt Steenblick's use of embodied womanhood as a metaphor for God allows her to claim religious authority from, not in spite of, her female identity. Both poems discuss the mother using capitalization to set up the metaphor of God as an embodied woman. The capitalization, which occurs throughout the volume, signals a larger and more important mother than one woman giving birth, connecting motherhood and godhood. Postpartum begins after creation, the mother knew, connecting the creation of the world by God to physical birth through the juxtaposition of the title and the first line. The contrast between the title and the first line sets up the metaphor of the poem and the book, that God is an embodied woman. Similarly, the morning Soren was born. Hunt Steenblick writes, I heard the mother's birth cries. Again, establishing a scene in which God is an embodied woman giving birth. The metaphor of God as an embodied woman, as seen in the connection between the title and the first line of postpartum, as well as its capitalization of mother, suggests that women, particularly those who have given birth, have authority to speak about God. Further, in postpartum, the act of creation results in knowledge, thus reinforcing the idea that women's embodied experiences can be a revelatory process that brings women close to God. This idea directly opposes the historical religious notion that reason and understanding must be separated from the body, and that men, because of their separation from the body, are more suited to spirituality by depicting an embodied experience as a form of connection to God. Thus, postpartum contributes to the deconstruction of the binary between male religious authority and female bodily experience through its connection between God's actions and women's experiences giving birth. Demonstrating that embodiment, rather than a detriment to spirituality, is a way to connect with God and something that bestows religious authority. The poem continues, the emptiness that comes after fullness, the softness that remains. For a long time, these lines depict Hunt Steenblick's experience after giving birth, reiterating the metaphor of godhood as embodied womanhood, and further developing the idea that the female bodily experience can be a revelatory process. It is Hunt Steenblick's own experience with the emptiness and softness after birth that gives her further understanding of God. Finally, lines 3 through 6 of postpartum present a view of opposites that are contained within a single body. This de, uh, destabilizing the validity of a structure built upon binary oppositions. The final lines of the poem oppose emptiness and fullness, softness and hardness, the joy and sorrow of creation. That these conflicting emotions and physical attributes can exist in one person argues against the false dichotomy set up by patriarchal binary thinking. If one person can experience both emptiness and fullness, softness and hardness, joy and sorrow without valuing one above the other, a system built on strict binary opposition becomes suspect. Postpartum opens the possibility of a religious experience that does not set male and female, mind and body as oppositional and hierarchical, promoting instead an experiential and bodily view of revelation and religious authority that does not use gender or embodiment to preclude one group from religious authority. Hunt Steenblick's The Morning Soren Was Born again uses the metaphor of God as an embodied woman, resisting the binary that separates female experience from religious authority by depicting a female embodied experience that leads to religious knowledge and asserting her own experiential authority. Hunt Steenblick writes, I heard the mother's birth cries from my own mouth. page 93, lines 1 to 5. In this poem, Hunt Steenblick connects to God by hearing God's birth cries through her own childbearing, experiencing what God has experienced. The morning Soren was born shows the way the female experience mirrors God's experience. This rhetorical move paints Hunt Steenblick and all women as representatives of God, granting religious authority. Men have claimed their religious authority on the basis that God is male and therefore men are God's representatives. If God can be figured as female and found in the female embodied experience, Hunt Steenblick argues women can be God's representatives and leaders too. Postpartum and the morning Soren was born take as their primary subject the experience of childbirth and motherhood. Historically, Christianity has seen birth as evidence of women's inferiority due to Eve's sin, and in some aspects of Mormon theology, motherhood is figured as a counterpart to male religious authority through the priesthood. Hunt Steenblick rejects the idea that childbirth and motherhood preclude or exempt women from religious authority and instead turns the female embodied experience into a revelatory and transcendent experience that actually bestows religious authority. While narratives about the inferiority and punishment of women make them the other in binary opposition with men, Hunt Steenblick narrates how childbirth brings knowledge of and closeness to God and makes women the subject of the story, restoring their authority to know, learn, speak, and teach about God. Hunt Steenblick's emphasis on the embodied female experience as a metaphor for God deconstructs the separation between body and revelation, demonstrating the false nature of this duality by showing that embodied experience can lead to connection with God, thus allowing women to reclaim bodily experience and insist on religious authority alongside men. In Hunt Steenblick's work, the body is not an obstacle to religious authority, but rather an asset. Thus, women can both embrace their embodied selves and claim religious authority. She does not seek, however, to reverse binary structures and place women on top instead of men, but to open different possibilities for our understanding of God's nature, such as seeing God as an embodied woman rather than as solely male, and validating the many different ways in which people connect with and learn of God, whether through their bodies or their minds. These different possibilities release women from the negative association with the body while also not requiring what they've been to the assumptions of society and reject the body as prohibitive of connection with God, freeing religious authority from limiting binary structures. Resisting gender essentialism. The theory of uh, l'écriture féminine has been criticized for its gender essentialist tendencies. Particularly in the writings of Cicero, we see a tendency to ascribe gender difference to biological difference. And as French feminist literary theorists like Cicero, Kristeva, and Iragare position the female body as the source for women's writing. They run the risk of upholding the systems that perpetuate the male/female binary and lending biological inherence to social and cultural differences between men and women. Monique Wittig's work on l'écriture féminine emphasizes the need to avoid perpetuating or replicating the false male/female duality while focusing on women's experiences. She writes, "Our first task is to thoroughly dissociate women, the class within which we fight, and woman, the myth. This is the approach through which we must see Hunt Steenblick's work, not as a bid to subjugate men and reverse patriarchal society, but as an effort to remove domination in all forms." Throughout Mother's Milk, Hunt Steenblick resists merely reversing patriarchy into a system of female domination and avoids representing womanhood as something inherently tied to biology. While the majority of her poems use the metaphor of God as an embodied woman, the purpose of this technique is to validate the body as a foundation of knowledge rather than something that needs to be overcome, not to represent biological motherhood as something required either for true womanhood or true religious authority. Hunt Steenblick's work utilizes pregnancy and birth as metaphors for God to combat the separation of the body and the mind, in which the mind is privileged as a more valid way of knowing, not to argue that the body should be privileged over the mind instead. The poems Crack 2 and As She Is demonstrate Hunt Steenblick's resistance to replicating unjust systems of power through their universalizing language. Crack 2 reminds us she is everywhere. Hunt Steenblick's use of the word everywhere helps readers resist the temptation to simply flip the common ideas about God and tie God inherently to physical childbirth by signaling that God can be found in every place and every person. As she is states that God states of God, we shall be like her, for we shall see her as she is. Hunt Steenblick's use of the pronoun we throughout the poem includes all readers and universalizes the poem. She does not say that only those who have given birth or who have uteruses or who fit within cultural gender roles will be like and see God. She writes that we will all be like God. Hunt She does not imply that any major changes are needed to be like her, suggesting that the multiplicity of humanity with our various personalities, interests, and experiences is reflected in God. Though the central metaphor of the book is grounded in embodied womanhood, the God in Mother's Milk is described in a wide variety of ways. She is described in many vocations, such as a linguist, an author, an astronomer, a potter, and a weaver. Has dynamic personality traits, loud and quiet, calm and stormy, and wise, and is found in all the elements of the natural and human made world, including fireworks, the ocean, a bear, the moon, a bird, music, trees, a temple, and the wind. Hunt Steenblick ascribes all these traits and vocations to God, expanding our definition of God and what women can be beyond the traditional male/female binary. By incorporating a plurality of representations, Hunt Steenblick's depiction of God manifests the both and mentality that post structuralist theories of women's writing need in order to be truly effective in deconstructing the patriarchal binaries that ensure one group's superiority over another. Without such plurality, writers and theorists run the risk of simply creating a different binary structure instead of rejecting binaries altogether. While Hunt Steenblick uses embodied womanhood as a tool to demonstrate the invalidity of binary structures, she does not set womanhood and domesticity as the new privileged half of the binary. Rather, she uses embodied womanhood, domestic imagery, and scriptural language to allow both women and men to embrace the religious authority that comes from knowledge about God, a knowledge that can come from both sides of the binary, from the mind and from the body, from traditionally male experiences and from conventionally female ones. Thus, Hunt Steenblick seeks to change how readers think about religious authority, transforming the nature of power. Sissis notes that women's writing is not necessarily linked to the sex or gender of the writer in question, but rather the type of writing. Feminine writing is writing that seeks to undermine the dualistic thinking that comes from structures defined by opposition, because such thinking results in one group becoming lesser than the dominant group. The poems of Mother's Milk use embodied womanhood as a metaphor for God as a way to demonstrate the falseness of this binary thinking and to show that the religious authority bestowed by embodied experiences facilitates a connection with and a knowledge about God. However, the binary thinking that has become entwined with Christianity, including Mormonism, cannot be deconstructed by merely recognizing women's knowledge about God. That knowledge must be translated into the ability to lead, to hold institutional religious power. Hunt Steenblick's literature, Feminine, continues to break down binaries that separate male and female, reason and emotion, and body and spirit by presenting the dual role of the prophet, a position only held by men in the Mormon tradition as well as in most Christian traditions, and mother, a position Mormon women are often told obviates the need for institutional church authority, placing revelatory power alongside her identity as a woman and her experiences with the domestic. This juxtaposition forces readers to reconsider what prophet and God really mean, allowing them to separate these roles from their traditional gender categorizations and the traditional patriarchal conceptions of power associated with them. Domestic life is a connecting theme throughout Mother's Milk. The focus on the domestic links the roles and realms typically assigned to women with godhood, breaking down the theological construction of God and God's prophets and leaders as necessarily male. It is not controversial to note that, particularly after the Industrial Revolution, precipitated what modern scholars call the cult of true womanhood, women have often been limited to the domestic sphere, seen as defenseless and in need of protection against the world of business and political leadership. Mormonism arose during the 19th century when this romanticized view of women as the angel of the hearth was at its peak, and it is understandably marked by the culture in which it grew. Mormons have sacralized traditional gender roles, painting women's role as birther and follower, and men's role as provider and ruler as God given. These roles are justified by women being described by church leaders as inherently nurturing, loving, sympathetic, spiritual, and kind. Women's most divine role in Mormonism is mother, while the primary role for men is leader and priesthood holder. And while neither is explicitly categorized as superior, this view sets up a God given structure in which women are associated with nurture and men with leadership. Thus, in order to fulfill their spiritual potential, women must not concern themselves with power and leadership and instead focus on their children. However, this worldview assumes the inherence of a dualistic split between male and female natures and the need to assign roles accordingly, rather than replicate the separation between conventional female roles and male religious authority by depicting herself reflecting in isolation in order to learn about God. Hunt Steenblick uses her domestic experiences as a way to connect with God, similar to her use of embodied womanhood as a metaphor for God. For example, in the poems Mother's Tongue and Veil, Hunt Steenblick associates raising her daughter, Cora, with how God might interact with her. In Mother Tongue, she writes, Cora sticks her fingers in my mouth to learn my language. What? Veil opens, when my mother cried for me as I showered, I gave her soft words. When my daughter cried for me as I showered, I gave her soft words. After illustrating an experience with her daughter, Hunt Steenblick then carefully links these events with God's nature. Mother Tongue finishes with Hunt Steenblick asking, did I do this with my mother? Veil recounts the reassurance Hunt Steenblick gave her crying daughter, I'm right here. I'm just on the other side of the curtain, before finishing. And suddenly I knew my mother was. These epiphanies about God are explicitly connected to domestic life, demonstrating the false nature of the traditional split between womanhood associated with the domestic and manhood associated with leadership. Hunt Steenblick and the God she portrays embody both domestic care and religious leadership. The lack of space between the domestic experience and the epiphany depicts the revelatory nature of domestic life. The lines containing realization/revelation about God come directly after the lines describing Hunt Steenblick's interactions with her daughter without a stanza break to separate the different ideas. This further entangles the domestic sphere and religious authority, making it clear that these two things are not mutually exclusive, nor is Hunt Steenblick retiring to a space separate from her domestic life to learn about and connect with God. Rather, her knowledge of God comes directly from her domestic life. The single stanza structure of these two poems illustrates the merging of the two sides of the traditional split between domestic care and religious leadership. However, Hunt Steenblick does not only demonstrate female religious authority in terms of knowledge about God through mother's milk, she also translates that authority into religious power, destabilizing the masculinity of God and using her experiences in the traditionally female domestic role to deconstruct the false separation between women and religious leadership. Hunt Steenblick aligns herself, a woman, with prophets of the Bible as well as contemporary Mormon prophets in her poems, My First Article of Faith and Holy Places. Christianity has been historically male dominated, denying women leadership for centuries. In Mormonism, only men hold the authority from God to lead general church organizations, and thus only men can be appointed to the highest levels of leadership. As discussed earlier, leadership in the Mormon church is often seen as a male God given role that corresponds to women's role as mothers. While many women do hold leadership roles at all levels in the Mormon organization, women do not actually have the office of the priesthood, an abstract authority that is bestowed only on men and boys. While it may seem that Hunt Steenblick embraces the role Mormon culture has assigned to her, her focus on the domestic serves a larger purpose. When we juxtapose domestic experiences, which provide their own connection with God, with Hunt Steenblick's poems that position her as religious leader, Mother's Milk clearly disavows the dualistic split between female experience and male authority and fully integrates womanhood as portrayed through embodied experience and domestic imagery alongside religious authority. For example, Joseph Smith, who translated the Book of Mormon and established the Mormon religion, wrote 13 articles of faith explaining Mormon Christianity to the world. These are well known by members of the Mormon faith today and have been canonized as part of Mormon scripture. Hunt Steenblick's My First Article of Faith tweaks the well known aphorism, associating it with the prophet Joseph Smith and his ethos in the Mormon community. The original version of the first article of faith reads, We believe in God, the eternal Father, and in his Son, Jesus Christ, and in the Holy Ghost. Articles of Faith 1 and 1. Hunt Steenblick's changes to this sentence, along with her versification, bring a new meaning to life. The poem begins, I believe in God, the eternal Father and Mother, and in their Son, adding and mother and referring to Christ as their Son rather than using the male possessive noun that Smith employs. These changes bring to the surface a broader understanding of God by recognizing a female deity figure who is equal with and involved alongside the traditional male God, and a more expansive idea of who can exercise religious leadership by positioning Hunt Steenblick as a prophetic teacher. Hunt Steenblick claims the ethos of a prophet by using the words of Joseph Smith and by teaching further doctrine about God. Hunt Steenblick also uses the line break between the first two lines of My First Article of Faith in order to broaden readers' understanding of God, cementing her prophetic status with concrete teaching. The first two lines read, I believe in God, the eternal Father and Mother, lines 1 to 2, splitting the introduction of God from further descriptions of God, while Smith's version presents God the Eternal Father as one noun, Hunt Steenblick's poem uses the line break to split apart God and the question of gender, separating the roles God plays as father and mother from God's identity as the eternal. This separation allows readers to understand God's identity and power isolated from the socially constructed gender norms with which parenthood is laden. The Hunt Steenblick strays from the typical Mormon conception of God indicates her prophetic role. In my first article of faith, not only does she clearly align herself with perhaps the most celebrated prophet of Mormon history, Hunt Steenblick leverages that association alongside her own teaching to fully claim religious leadership for herself and other women. Similarly, in Hunt Steenblick's Holy Places, she uses the scriptural metaphor of going to a mountain to commune with God to depict herself spending time with a feminine deity, again positioning herself as a prophet. Mountains are central to the stories of the Bible. Moses received his call and the Ten Commandments from God on Mount Sinai. Abraham was asked to sacrifice his son, and Solomon built the first temple on Mount Moriah. And Jesus first taught his disciples on the Mount of Olives. And we will also go into the feminine aspects of a mountain and the sacrifice of the woman. Similarly, in Hunt Steenblick's Holy Places, she uses the scriptural metaphor of going to a mountain to commune with God to depict herself spending time with the feminine deity, again positioning herself as a prophet. Okay, I read that. Well-known Book of Mormon prophets also spent time in the mountains in order to commune with God. Like these scriptural prophets, Hunt Steenblick writes, "We climbed to the mountaintop, she and I, and sat a while." As in earlier poems, the capitalization of she helps readers understand that Hunt Steenblick is talking about God, that she and God are spending time together on the mountaintop, connects Hunt Steenblick and her work with the scriptural prophets mentioned earlier, giving her the right to claim religious leadership like scriptural prophets did, regardless of her gender. Further, the use of the plural personal noun we articulates that Hunt Steenblick and God are working together. Hunt Steenblick is the modern day prophet learning from God in the mountains and returning to assert her religious power despite the limitations Mormonism places on female leadership. The juxtaposition of these two roles, the conventional mother and the new prophet, is key in understanding the deconstruction Mother's Milk accomplishes. Hunt Steenblick positions herself as both on every page. To write a section about her prophetic role and then a section about motherhood would be to replicate the patriarchal binary that already separates these two roles. Instead, each page contains records of Hunt Steenblick's domestic experiences and her revelation and teaching, demonstrating through the structure of the book the invalidity of the dualistic thinking that has informed the exclusion of women from religious leadership. Further, Hunt Steenblick's mingling of domestic relationships with her prophetic power enacts a new model of religious leadership rather than institute a new version of religious hierarchy. Hunt Steenblick recurs to a communal model for relating to God and exercising religious leadership, doing away with the binaries that have supported the hierarchical model for so long. Putting women in scripture. As Holmes and Batarjari et al. Note, writing is used as a tool of patriarchal power structures, but it is not inherently patriarchal. Similarly, Kristeva articulates True. Kristeva articulates this nuance in her conception of literature feminine. She asserts that cultures give language its context and therefore its sexism or lack thereof. Writing is productive according to Kristeva, and we can get more out of it than what we put in. Therefore, when women have the freedom to express their stories and make their own meaning out of their experiences, language can be used to shift society away from the binaries that have resulted in male being privileged over female, reason privileged over emotion, and mind privileged over body. Elizabeth Schussler Fiorenza, a prominent feminist biblical scholar, articulates the liberatory potential that even historically patriarchal texts like the Bible have, arguing that while the Bible has often inculcated patriarchal lord, slave, master, father, elite, male domination, values, and visions, we need not simply disregard the Bible, but can learn new ways of reading the Bible in order to prevent biblical knowledge from continuing to be produced in the interest of domination and injustice. Hunt Steenblick's project of deconstruction, which validates female religious authority by revaluing female embodied experience and restores female religious leadership by demonstrating the illegitimacy of the priesthood slash motherhood binary, ultimately allows the freedom to remake religious narratives so they are inclusive of women, and in poems like Genesis and the Spirit of Eliza facilitates a new reading of the Bible. In a cyclical pattern, female religious authority and leadership grants the right to rewrite religious narratives, and this rewriting serves to further affirm female religious authority and leadership. In each of these poems, Hunt Steenblick draws on well known scriptural language and stories, but subverts the expectation the familiar language evokes and uses it to foreground feminine deity and prophets, putting female experience into sacred text, thus liberating women to claim the religious authority, power, and presence Mother's Milk demonstrates is theirs. The poem Genesis plays on the King James Version of Genesis 1:26 through 27, using unexpected substitutions to the familiar passage of Scripture to bring the arbitrary nature of the male default to light, as well as suggest a more egalitarian and democratic view of humanity's creation. The poem begins, and God said, "Let us make woman in our image," substituting woman for the word man as used in the KJV. Additionally, Hunt Steenblick reverses the typical phrase male and female, writing female and male, created she them. These reversals are jarring, especially when the rest of the text is so familiar to a Christian audience. They subvert the expected phrasing and force the reader to slow down, calling attention to themselves. With focused attention comes the realization that using the word man to mean humanity is expected, illuminating the male default that pervades much of religious writing. Genesis does not merely call attention to the male default that has left women out of religious authority and leadership, it also works against that default, asserting female presence in Christianity. While traditional Christian theology has always asserted that both men and women are created in the image of God, Ruther aptly notes that this belief has tended to become obscured by a second tendency to correlate femaleness with the lower part of human nature. Femaleness also becomes linked with the sin prone part of the self because Mormonism does not view Eve negatively. Women generally escape this association with lower bodily categories. However, this does not mean that Mormonism escapes the binary thinking that separates male slash female along with mind slash body and reason slash emotion. Mormon leaders tend to elevate women as more naturally spiritual than men, but also assert that leadership has been assigned to men by God, failing to counteract women's ultimate subordination to men. Hunt Steenblick's substitution of woman for man in the first few lines of Genesis counters the Christian theological amnesia that associates women with sin by making it clear that woman is imago Dei just as much as men, reminding readers of female presence and participation in Mormonism and other Christian traditions. Further, this assertion resists the notion that God has assigned religious leadership and authority to one gender. Genesis reiterates woman's participation in the image of God and their religious authority and right to religious leadership because of such through further substitutions. Hunt Steenblick writes God created women in her own image, using the plural women instead of the singular woman that is expected when she begins to substitute woman for Genesis 1:26 through 27's use of man. This choice may seem small. It is, after all, merely the difference of a single letter, but its implications are vast and liberatory. With the use of the plural, Hunt Steenblick argues that all women are imago Dei, not just a paradigmatic Eve figure described in the biblical creation story, placing all women at the center of this religious narrative and indicating that female religious authority and leadership are just as valid as the leadership men have exercised for centuries. The spirit of Eliza works in a similar way to Genesis, using a familiar scripture with gender bent substitutions to question why religious leadership has been so male dominated historically and to suggest that writing gender relations is a key part of the church's work. The spirit of Eliza's uses Malachi 4 5 to 6 as its inspiration, an, an eschatological prophecy in which Elijah appears as a messenger to reinforce and restore the covenant. In other words, Malachi sees Elijah's work as necessary before God can come. Elijah will restore people to God by reforming their bad behavior. In Hunt Steenblick's version, the messenger is a woman, Eliza the prophetess. That the eschatological messenger is identified as female serves a similar purpose to the substituting of female for male in Genesis. The substitution renews female presence in religious narratives. Met with this unexpected turn, readers slow down and ask themselves why women are not typically identified as prophets and whether there is something inherent about women that makes them incapable of religious leadership in the highest offices. It is important also to note the tense of these lines in this poem. Eliza, the prophetess, has already come and turned the hearts of the children to their mother. In Mormon tradition, Malachi's prophecy about Elijah was fulfilled when Elijah appeared to Joseph Smith in the Kirtland Temple, restoring godly power to seal families together for eternity. Hunt Steenblick's poem mirrors this belief but refers to a different messenger. The name Eliza is not merely a female analog for Elijah. When we note the tense of the lines alongside its focus on the feminine divine, we can recognize it as a reference to Eliza R. Snow, who was one of the first Mormons to write about a female deity. Snow was an extremely influential leader and public figure in early Mormonism, was married to two Mormon prophets and sister to a third, and was an advocate for women's spiritual capabilities. The third verse of Snow's hymn, "O My Father," states, "In the heavens are parents, single. No, the thought makes reason stare. Truth is reason, truth eternal tells me I've a mother there. Therefore, in Hunt Steenblick's version of Malachi 4 5 to 6, a necessary step toward the eventual redemption of the world is recognizing the imago Dei of women, their presence and participation in Christian traditions, as well as their potential for religious authority and leadership. The mother to which we, the children, must turn is the feminine divine, yes, but in light of Hunt Steenblick's larger project, it is also the unrecognized and undervalued female authority in the Mormon church today, according to the poem, without a writing of the gender relations in the church. So that women's authority, leadership, and presence are recognized, we cannot move toward a redeemed world. And the conclusion, Hunt Steenblick was embodied uses embodied womanhood, domestic imagery, and scriptural language in order to present a version of God that is bodily and female and resist common traditional Christian binaries that privilege male above female and mind over body. Poems like Postpartum and The Morning Sorin Was Born show the process of giving birth, a specifically female embodied experience, as a revelatory process that facilitates communion with God. They also connect God's creation of the world to physical birth, suggesting that God has experienced embodied womanhood. These two arguments help undo the binary structure that has associated women with body and categorized both as inferior by representing God as an embodied woman. Further, poems such as Mother Tongue and Veil depict domestic life as another avenue for revelation, as Hunt Steenblick shows herself learning about God through interacting with her daughter. Juxtaposed with those domestic focused poems are poems like My First Article of Faith and Holy Places, which put Hunt Steenblick in the position of prophet alongside Joseph Smith, the first Mormon prophet, and other scriptural prophets. The Christian binary has separated women from religious leadership by aligning motherhood and leadership as distinct and gendered roles that do not overlap. But Hunt Steenblick resists simple categorizing by demonstrating that she can gain knowledge about God through embodied and domestic experience and can encompass both the role of mother and prophet. Finally, poems such as Genesis and the Spirit of Eliza rewrite women into scripture, reminding readers that all women are created in the image of God and reiterating the importance of including women in religious leadership in creating the kingdom of God. As Hunt Steenblick's poems deconstruct patriarchal binaries, allowing for the equalization of male and female religious authority, the liberation of women to claim that authority and lead in new ways, and the representation that proves this model of leadership is possible, they assert a new, more egalitarian basis of knowledge and therefore authority. Mother's Milk resists merely recognizing women's rationality. These poems also emphasize the validity of the body. In doing both, Hunt Steenblick not only opens traditional forms of religious leadership to women, but also demonstrates possibilities for different types of knowledge, roles, and leadership not based on gender. Her use of embodied womanhood as a metaphor for God suggests that everyone, not just women, can use their bodies as a site of religious authority, indicating plural foundations for that authority. Hunt Steenblick's juxtaposition of domestic life traditionally assigned to women and religious leadership, typically given to men, allows a fluidity in which both men and women can be both invested in the home and have institutional religious power. Finally, Hunt Steenblick's appropriation of scriptural language to include women in traditional religious narratives, as in the creation of Adam and Eve and the story of Elijah the prophet, provides an example of what it might look like to have women and men share religious power equally, and emphasizes that women have always been intimately involved in religious matters. Writing about a literature feminine, Diane Crowder asserts oppression is a state in which one is prevented by others from acquiring or acting upon knowledge which one needs and wants. Mother's Milk is an opening of essential knowledge, a key to dismantling the binary structures that have meant leaving Mormon women out of authoritative and leadership roles for so long. Words have the power to shape reality, and theological words change the way we see the world. So does representation. Words and representation in Hunt Steenblick's poems become liberatory by deconstructing the dualisms that separate men and women, leaders and those led, mind and body. Mother's Milk enacts the arguments it makes as Hunt Steenblick uses her embodied and domestic experiences to connect with God and share the knowledge she gains as a prophet and mother, making it clear that religious authority, power, and presence is available to anyone willing to resist traditional binaries and claim it. Okay, we're at 3:55. All right, it's time for a little break. Sorry, y'all, I got a lot to talk about. Okay, got a few more things. And, okay. So, when we come back, I will be going over womb, envy, and the transgender, and eunuchs in the Bible, both male and female. Okay. And then we will get into the blood sacrifice. So we have to first tear down the woman with the spells, okay? Word spells. We tear the woman down, break her down mentally, we break her down physically, make her we make her docile, we make her um once you tear a woman down emotionally, she thinks she's ugly. She thinks she can't get a man outside of the man that she has been what is it arranged to marry and things of that nature. Um, outside of the community, because the community, they have told her that the community is closed off. Now they have her marrying cousins and fathers and uncles and all these crazy things. So we're going to go into that, and then how that breaks down the mother's image as well as the father's image, because it's no longer God's image, it becomes the image of the beast, because um, those interactions creates a form of deformities, which is indeed the mark of the beast. Okay, so y'all hold on for a few minutes. I'm gonna go grab a snack and I'll be back. All right, I'm back at 4:16:23. Let me write that down. All right, so now we are talking about womb envy and the transgender. This is an AI overview. So the term womb envy again generally refers to the idea that men may experience feelings of envy or inadequacy due to their inability to experience pregnancy and childbirth. While not a widely accepted psychoanalysis and feminist theory, um, in the context of transgender individuals, some may experience pregnancy envy, particularly trans women who identify with womanhood and may feel a sense of loss or longing for the biological aspects of womanhood. Critics of these theories argue they overemphasize biological determinism and reduce femininity to reproductive functions, potentially excluding women who do not or cannot have children. Some trans women experience a sense of longing or envy related to their inability to biologically carry a pregnancy. This may be tied to a desire to experience the full range of biological aspects of womanhood. So let's take a quick look into male surrogacy. All right. Surrogacy and egg donor IVF for single men. This is Fertility Center LVIV.com. Let me write that down. So it says we help single men become fathers through surrogacy and donor eggs. Our Las Vegas fertility experts welcome single men who want to pursue parenthood through surrogacy. Our inclusive approach to fertility care is designed to support you at every step of your journey to fatherhood, providing all the testing and information you need to maximize your chances for success. Surrogacy for single fathers. The path to biological fatherhood for single men is in vitro fertilization with donor eggs and a gestational carrier, or GC, also known as a surrogate. The donor's eggs are retrieved, fertilized with your sperm, and then an embryo is transferred to your surrogate's uterus. Any remaining embryos are frozen for future pregnancy attempts. There are several ways to secure donated eggs for surrogacy: a known egg donor, such as a friend or family member, frozen donor eggs from an anonymous bank, fresh donor eggs from an anonymous egg donor. Your egg donor will receive a high standard of fertility care at our Las Vegas Center. Her process begins with a thorough fertility evaluation, which helps us optimize her IVF treatment to obtain multiple eggs. For fresh or frozen donor eggs, the donor branch of FCLV provides access to our anonymous database of exceptional young women who have generously offered the gift of life. The Fertility Center of Las Vegas has partnered with Donor Egg Bank USA, the nation's only frozen donor egg program, to be developed through a collaboration of over 150 reproductive specialists throughout the United States. We also have access to frozen embryos donated by patients who have completed their families and generously offered to help others complete theirs. Because all donors are thoroughly screened, you can rest assured that the highest medical and ethical standards are met. Our Las Vegas fertility experts are here to guide you through all aspects of achieving pregnancy through surrogacy, coordinating all necessary medical and psychological screening for your gestational carrier. Your surrogate could be a friend or family member, or we can direct you to resources for finding a surrogate, as well as a legal professional that specializes in third party reproduction. Now, this brings me back to the TV show Evil. In that TV show, the let me look it up. Evil TV show IVF. Now, they were looking for surrogates in order to create Satan's seed. Okay, so give me the parts. Okay, evil O is for ovophobia. This is, let's see what episode. Okay, we also have season 2 is the evil gene part of Kristen's DNA. This is denofgeek.com. Okay, so RSM Fertility is going through a lot of trouble to keep Kristen's eggs in storage, maybe too much to ignore. So, this is season 2, episode 10. The supernatural investigative team at the Center of Evil finally focus its attention on the one almost constant element in their probes. The clinic they believe is corrupting fertilized eggs. They believe RSM fertility is a front for diabolical masters working behind the scenes to bring about a dark future ruled by a malevolent generation of engineered children. The clinic has been helping women get pregnant for several years, and one of their first clients was Dr. Christian Bouchard. She was so early in the fertility facility's operations, the founding physician who was in charge no longer works there, according to the reception staff. Kristen has been the center of many of the proceedings in Evil. Leland Townsend was her nemesis before he became the team's biggest headache. Many of the demons the team comes across tend to find a certain affinity with Kristen, and her mother, Cheryl, was dating the demonic minion and has a few spooky dolls of her own. Maybe the Bouchard clan was the first family of RSM, and it is their blood which promises to infect future generations with insidious genetic material. Evil Season 2, Episode 10, O is for Ovophobia, is a very dense installment with several prongs to the action and plenty of subtext. The producers give us a kidnapping, more than one conspiracy, and several supernatural events, and still have enough time for an education on body image issues. The episode is so thick with information, one of the characters needs two names, another grows a tail. Body issues are covered on several fonts and from entirely different vantage points. Kristen's daughter, Lexis, is putting herself under a microscope and doesn't like anything she sees. She had to have reconstructive oral surgery because she spouted the same protruding canines found in other children who were conceived with help from RSM fertility. It's not necessarily the teeth she's having problems with so much as the distribution of her weight. Baggy sweatshirts can't cover it, and plastic wrap doesn't mask its telltale signs. Ben's girlfriend, Vanessa, is dealing with a different issue. While still in the womb, her body absorbed the fetus of her twin sister, who didn't remain dead. Vanessa feels her sister like a phantom limb, but lately the phantom has been taking center stage. While Ben suggests therapy for what seems like a case of dissociative personality disorder, Vanessa opts for a more spiritual approach. Either the auras are horribly misaligned or the spiritualist invisible strings are set up perfectly, but Ben and Vanessa get their $350 worth. The bumping of the tables and all the other seeming phenomena are old tricks in the spiritual trade going back to Helena Blavatsky of the Theosophical Society. There's a reason most ads for psychics say for entertainment purposes only. Spiritualists have been rigging conjuring rooms long before clap on lights. My son was just saying he wish he could clap the lights on and off. Ben is appreciatively amused during the scene and is visibly looking for the devices. It is interesting that the psychic appears to separate Vanessa from the ghost Maggie in time with our seeing Lexus grow the phantom tail. But we should have guessed it wasn't all peer pressure. Lexus is probably well below whatever the prime body max index gauge for her size and height, but she's taking lessons from an online influencer who augments her look with whatever tools are available. There is an underlying sadness to all of this, but at least Kristen's mother brightens things up. After a scrumptious dinner of Baphomet on rice, what? Cheryl is ready to shoplift the perfect dress for her big influencer party. She reclaims to be drawn to Leland through their shared hatred, but must be leaving something out. She does with everything else, attending the soiree where Cheryl stands out in red against the all-white dress of all the other guests are important people like formerly young rock star and perennially aging Pete Townshend. They don't show him, though many will look up those stairs for a glance. I wonder if the Who's guitarist and songwriter is related to Leland and hope he will put in an appearance, blah, blah, blah. So Edward the influencer is exasperatingly ingratiating. He is a master of lofty small talk, which says nothing at all, but the things he leaves out are more illuminating. The scenario which follows his and Cheryl's business over drink meetings is quite horrifying. Blah blah blah. Um, okay. Either way, so this was in regards to the what is it? IVF. The mystery of who is paying for Kristen's eggs is infuriatingly bureaucratic and vaguely conspiratorial. The world is coming to an end. After all, Dr. Kara Autry, Francisca Ferradine, turns out to be quite the elusive suspect even after she's named. The fertility specialist goes on the offensive almost immediately after being found, threatening and bullying her way into a PRN run only to disappear off the face of the earth. David Acosta doesn't have much screen time during the episode. He sets the investigation in motion, plays an overall oversight role, and leaves the events to play out as he observes them. The episode opens with Kristen becoming very defensive when asked about her daughter's possibly psychotic behavior. While it's probably unintentional, the scene where David and Kristen have to speak in almost inaudible whispers for fear of waking up an infant is very funny. We've heard some of the children who come out of RMS fertility are at the very least borderline psychotic, and we are waiting for this not even a toddler to go over the line. One of the problems with evil is how much each character is hiding from the other ones. David only hides his mysteries, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. So she doesn't even bother to hide that she's hiding when one of the other RSM fertility mothers start talking about fanged children. David can't help but notice how much Kristen recognizes the situation. It must run in the family because not only does she do it on a regular basis to her family, but they do it to each other. They all seem to have learned it from Cheryl. So maybe the pathological obfuscation has always been in the DNA. For all we know, Dr. Autry is saving Kristen's last egg because it's the only one the clinic has left with the evil gene. O is for Obophobia contains many fun details and odd twists from Ben's realization of how he's been two-timing his girlfriend to the ritualistic fluid exchange being timed to begin at 11:11. Evil gleefully throws in subliminal ambience in the most mundane ways, while the series as a whole leaves many loose ends. Okay, so it's giving me something about. Um, so let's look up men. Okay, eunuchs that steal eggs. Okay, let's just stick to the script. Okay, so we have eunuchs in the Bible as castrated men unable to reproduce. We have Isaiah 56, verse 1 to 5 for the inclusion of the eunuch. This is the AI overview for a female eunuch. The term female eunuch is primarily a metaphor used in German Germaine Greer's 1970 book, The Female Eunuch, to describe women who are oppressed and whose sexual agency is suppressed by societal norms. It does not to refer to a literal condition of castration of women. The term was meant to highlight the ways women are conditioned to prioritize male desires and expectations, leading to a disconnection from their true selves. The elaboration and metaphorical meaning. Greer's book uses the term eunuch to describe women who are effectively silenced and their potential stifled by societal expectations. So, what we want to look further into it would be a female eunuch, which would be a barren woman that is unable to reproduce, like the eunuch male. So, what is a female eunuch called? Hydra, a Hindi term traditionally translated into English as eunuch, actually refers to what modern Westerners would call transvestites, or transgender women, although some of them reportedly identify as belonging to a third gender. So we have born that way, Matthew chapter 19, verse 12. Okay, so let's look up eunuchs. This is the Wikipedia definition. All right, so a eunuch is a male who has been castrated. Throughout history, castration often served as a specific social function. The earliest records for intentional castration to produce eunuchs are from the Sumerian city of Lagash in the second millennium BCE. Over the millennia since, they have performed a wide variety of functions in many different cultures. Courtiers, or equivalent domestics for espionage or clandestine operations, castrato singers, concubines or sexual partners, religious specialists, soldiers, royal guards, government officials, and guardians of women or harem servants. Okay. So eunuchs would usually be servants or slaves who have been castrated to make them less threatening servants of a royal court where physical access to the ruler could wield great influence. Seemingly lowly domestic functions, such as making the ruler's bed, bathing him, cutting his hair, carrying him in his litter, or even relaying messages, could, in theory, give a eunuch the ruler's ear and impart de facto power to the formerly humble but trusted servant. Eunuchs supposedly did not generally have loyalties to the military, the aristocracy, or a family of their own, having neither offspring nor in-laws at the very least. They were thus seen as more trustworthy and less interested in establishing a private dynasty. Because their condition usually lowered their social status, they could also be easily replaced or killed without repercussion. Eunuchs have been documented in several ancient and medieval societies, including the Byzantine Empire, Imperial China, the Ottoman Empire, and various Middle Eastern cultures. They often held significant power and influence in these societies, particularly in royal courts and harems. The etymology, eunuch, comes from the ancient Greek word eunuchos, first attested in a fragment of Hipponax, the 6th century BCE comic poet and prolific inventor of compound words. The acerbic poet describes a particular lover of fine food, having consumed his estate, dining lavishly and at leisure every day on tuna and garlic honey cheese pate, like a Lampasine eunuchos. The earliest surviving etymology of the word is from late antiquity. The 5th century CE etymologicon by Orion of Thebes offers two alternative origins for the word eunuch. First, Tutin Eunin Egheim, guarding the bed, a derivation inferred from eunuchs' established role at the time as bedchamber attendants in the imperial palace. And second, to eto no ekin, being good with respect to the mind, which Orion explains based on their being deprived of intercourse, was estere mino to misgestai, the things that the ancients used to call irrational. Anoeta, literally mindless. Orion's second option reflects well established idioms in ancient Greek, as shown by entries for transliterated GRCNOOS, news, eunuchs, and ekine in Liddell and Scott's Greek English lexicon, while the first option is not listed as an idiom under uni in that standard reference work. However, the first option was cited by the late ninth century Byzantine Emperor Leo VI in his new constitution 98 banning the marriage of eunuchs, in which he noted eunuchs' reputation as trustworthy guardians of the marriage bed, uni, and claimed that the very word eunuch attested to this kind of employment. The emperor also goes further than Orion by attributing eunuchs' lack of male female intercourse specifically to castration, which he said was performed with the intention that they will no longer do the things that males do, or at least to extinguish whatever has to do with desire for the female sex. The 11th century Byzantine monk Nikon of the Black Mountain, opting instead for Orion's second alternative, stated that the word came from eunoin, EU meaning good, plus NOUS meaning mind, thus meaning to be well minded, well inclined, well disposed, or favorable. But unlike Orion, he argued that this was due to the trust that certain jealous and suspicious foreign rulers placed in the loyalty of their eunuchized servants. Theophylact of Orids, in a dialogue in defense of eunuchs, also stated that the origin of the word was from eunoic, EUPNOEIC, and ekine, to have, hold, since they were always well disposed toward the master who held or owned them. The 12th century Etymologicum Magnum, Eunuchos, essentially repeats the entry from Orion but stands by the first option, while attributing the second option to what some say. In the late 12th century, Eustathius of Thessalonica, commentaries on Homer, offered an original derivation of the word from Eunice plus Okian, deprived of mating. In translations of the Bible into modern European languages, such as the Luther Bible or the King James Bible, the word eunuchs, as found in the Latin Vulgate, is usually rendered as an officer, official, or chamberlain, consistent with the idea that the original meaning of eunuch was bedkeeper, Orion's first option. Modern religious scholars have been disinclined to assume that the courts of Israel and Judah included castrated men, even though the original translation of the Bible into Greek used the word eunuchos. So that goes back to the Leviticus um, reading from yesterday about being broken or missing certain things from the body. So the early 17th century scholar and theologian Gerardus Vossius therefore explains that the word originally designated an office, and he affirms the view that it was derived from uni and ekine, meaning bedkeeper. He says the word came to be applied to castrated men in general because such men were the usual holders of that office. Still, Vossius notes the alternative etymologies offered by Eustathius, deprived of mating, and others having the mind in a good state, calling these analyses quite subtle. Then, after having previously declared that eunuch designated an office, not a personal characteristic, Vossius ultimately sums up his argument in a different way, saying that the word originally signified uh, continent men, to whom the care of women was entrusted, and later came to refer to castration because among foreigners that role was performed by those with mutilated bodies. Modern etymologists have followed Orion's first option in an influential 1925 essay on the word eunuch and related terms. Ernst Maas suggested that Eustathius's derivation can or must be laid to rest, and he affirmed the derivation from EUNE and EKHEIN, guardian of the bed, without mentioning the other derivation from eunuchs and equine, having a well disposed state of mind. Modern, oh, in Latin, the words eunuchus, spado, or spadon, and castratus were used to denote eunuchs. Non castrated eunuchs. The term eunuch has sometimes figuratively been used for a wide range of men who were seen to be physically unable to procreate. Hippocrates describes the Scythians as being afflicted with high rates of erectile dysfunction. Write that down. And thus the most eunuchoid of all nations. In the Charlton T. Lewis Charles Short, a Latin dictionary, the term literally used for impotent males is spado or spado, but may also be used for eunuchs. Some men have falsified the status of their castration to gain entrance into the palace. Chinese eunuch Lao Ai, for instance, became the lover of the mother of Qin Shi Huang, who bore him two sons before Lao Ai and his sons were executed after participating in a rebellion against Qin Shi Huang. Asia and Africa. In Siam, modern Thailand, Indian Muslims from the Coromandel Coast served as eunuchs in the Thai palace and court. The Thai at times asked eunuchs from China to visit the court in Thailand and advise them on court ritual since they held them in high regard. In imperial China, eunuchs managed the imperial household and were involved in state affairs, often wielding significant political power. Sir Henry Yule saw many Muslims serving as eunuchs during the Konbong dynasty period of Burma, modern Myanmar, while on diplomatic mission. In China, castration included removal of the penis as well as the testicles. See emasculation. Both organs were cut off with a knife at the same time. Eunuchs existed in China from about 4,000 years ago, were imperial servants by 3,000 years ago, and were common as civil servants by the time of the Qin dynasty. From those ancient times until the Sui dynasty, castration was both a traditional punishment, one of the five punishments, and a means of gaining employment in the imperial service. Certain eunuchs, such as the Ming dynasty official Zhang He, gained immense power that occasionally superseded that of even the grand secretaries. Self castration was a common practice, although it was not always performed completely, which led to it being made illegal. It is said that the justification for the employment of eunuchs as high ranking civil servants was that since they were incapable of having children, they would not be tempted to seize power and start a dynasty. In many cases, eunuchs were considered more reliable than the scholar officials as a symbolic assignment of heavenly authority to the palace system. A constellation of stars was designated as the emperors, and to the west of it, four stars were identified as his eunuchs. The tension between eunuchs in the service of the emperor and virtuous Confucian officials in uh, is a familiar theme in Chinese history. In his History of Government, Samuel Feiner points out that reality was not always that clear cut. There were instances of very capable eunuchs who were valuable advisors to their emperor, and resistance of the virtuous officials often stemmed from jealousy on their part. Ray Huang argues that in reality, eunuchs represented the personal will of the emperor, while the officials represented the alternative political will of the bureaucracy. The clash between them would thus have been a clash of ideologies or political agenda. The number of eunuchs in imperial employ fell to 470 by 1912 when the practice of using them ceased. The last imperial eunuch, Sun Yao Ting, died in December 1996. Indian subcontinent, eunuchs in Indian sultanates before the Mughals. Eunuchs were employed in imperial palaces by some Muslim rulers as servants for female royalty, as guards of the royal harem, and as sexual mates for the nobles. Some of them attained high status positions in society. An early example of such a high ranking eunuch was Malik Kafur. Eunuchs in imperial palaces were organized in a hierarchy, often with a senior of chief eunuch, Urdu Owaja Saras, directing junior eunuchs below him. Eunuchs were highly valued for their strength and trustworthiness, allowing them to live amongst women with fewer worries. This enabled eunuchs to serve as messengers, watchmen, attendants, and guards for palaces. Often, eunuchs also doubled as part of the king's court of advisors. The Hijra of South Asia. Hijra, a Hindi term traditionally translated into English as eunuch, actually refers to what modern Westerners would call transvestites or transgender women, although some of them reportedly identify as belonging to a third gender. The history of this third sex is mentioned in the ancient Kama Sutra, which refers to people of a third sex, the Tritiya Prakriti. Some of them undergo ritual castration, but the vast majority do not. They usually dress in saris or shalwar kameez, traditional garbs worn by women in South Asia, and wear heavy makeup. They typically live on the margins of society and face discrimination. Hijra tend to have few options for earning a wage, with many turning to sex work and others performing ritualistic songs and dances. They are integral to several Hindu ceremonies, such as dance programs and marriage ceremonies. They may also earn a living by going uninvited to large ceremonies such as weddings, births, new shop openings, and other major family events, and singing until they are paid or given gifts to go away. The ceremony is supposed to bring good luck and fertility, while the curse of an unappeased Hijra is feared by many. Hijra often engage in prostitution and begging to earn money, with begging typically accompanied by singing and dancing. Some Indian provincial officials have used the assistance of Hijras to collect taxes in the same fashion. They knock on the doors of shopkeepers while dancing and singing, embarrassing them into paying. Recently, Hijras have started to found organizations to improve their social condition and fight discrimination, such as the She Male Foundation in Pakistan. Lord have mercy. In Korea, the eunuchs of Korea, called Korean Nasi Nasai, were officials to the king and other royalty in traditional Korean society. The first recorded appearance of a Korean eunuch was in Goryosa, History of Goryeo, a compilation about the Goryeo dynasty period. In 1392, with the founding of Joseon dynasty, the Nasai system was revised and the department was renamed the Department of Nasai. The system included two ranks, those of Korean Sangseon, Chief of Nasai, who held the official title of Senior Second Rank, and the Nagwan, Common Official Nasai, both of which held rank as officers. A total of 140 Nasai served served the palace in the Joseon dynasty period. They also took the exam on Confucianism every month. The Nasai system was repealed in 1894 following Gabo reform. During the Yuan dynasty of China, eunuchs became a desirable commodity for tributes. Eunuchs were the only males outside the royal family allowed to stay inside the palace overnight. In one historical study of court records going back to 1392, researchers surmised that the average lifespan of eunuchs appeared to have been 70 to 71 years old, and this was 14 years longer than the lifespan of non castrated men of similar socioeconomic status. However, the quality of this evidence is lacking, and in a letter to the editor of the journal Gerontology, Eric Leborg notes that this single study should not be relied upon to conclude that eunuchs in fact lived longer than men, even in this Korean case. And the Vietnamese adopted the eunuch system and castration techniques from China. Records show that the Vietnamese performed castration in a painful procedure by removing the entire genitalia, with both penis and testicles being cut off with a sharp knife or metal blade. The procedure was agonizing since the entire penis was cut off. The young man's thighs and abdomen would be tied, and others would pin him down on a table. The genitals would be washed with pepper water and then cut off. A tube would be then inserted into the urethra to allow urination during healing. Many Vietnamese eunuchs were products of self-castration to gain access to the palaces and power. In other cases, they might be paid to become eunuchs. They served in many capacities, from supervising public works to investigating crimes to reading public proclamations. West Asia and North Africa. Ancient. The 4,000-year-old Egyptian execration text threatened enemies in Nubia and Asia, especially referencing all males, all eunuchs, all women. Castration was sometimes punitive under Assyrian law. Homosexual acts were punishable by castration. Eunuchs were familiar figures in the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Akkadian, Sares Sari Izuzu, the one who stands by the head of the king, often abbreviated as Sares, circa 850 until 622 BCE, and in the court of the Egyptian pharaohs down to the Laggid dynasty known as Ptolemies, ending with Cleopatra the Seventh in 30 BCE. Eunuchs sometimes were used as regents for underage heirs to the throne, as it seems to be the case for the Syro-Hittite state of Carchemish. Political eunuchism became a fully established institution among the Achaemenid Empire. Eunuchs, called Imperial Aramaic Ceres, an Assyrian loanword, held powerful positions in the Achaemenid court. The eunuch Bagoas, not to be confused with Alexander Bagoas, was the vizier of Artaxerxes III and Artaxerxes IV, and was the primary power behind the throne during the reigns until he was killed by Darius III. Marmon of 1995 writes, Mamluk biographies of the eunuchs often praise their appearance with adjectives such as Jamil, meaning beautiful, Wasim, meaning handsome, and Asan, the best, most beautiful, or Akmal, the most perfect. In the Arabian Peninsula, the custom of using eunuchs as servants for women inside the Islamic harems had a preceding example in the life of Muhammad himself, who used the eunuch Mabur as a servant in the house of his own slave concubine, Maria al Kibtiya, both of them slaves from Egypt. Eunuchs were for a long time used in relatively small numbers, exclusively inside harems, but the use of eunuchs expanded significantly when eunuchs started being used also for other offices, offices within service and administration outside of the harem, a use which expanded gradually during the Umayyad Caliphate and had its breakthrough during the Abbasid Caliphate. During the Abbasid period, eunuchs became a permanent institution inside the Islamic harems after the model of the Abbasid harem, such as in the Fatimid harem, Safavid harem, and the Qajar harem. For several centuries, Muslim eunuchs were tasked with honored roles in Medina and Mecca. They are thought to have been instituted in their role there by Saladin, but perhaps earlier. Their task included caring for the Prophet's tomb, maintaining borders between males and females where needed, and keeping order in the sacred spaces. They were highly respected in their time and remained there throughout the Ottoman Empire's control of the area and afterward. In the present day, it is reported that only a few remain. Eunuchs were an active component in the slave market of the Islamic world until the early 20th century for service in harem, as well as in the courts of mostly African eunuchs known as the Agawat, who guarded the Prophet Muhammad's tomb in Medina and the Kaaba in Mecca. Most slaves trafficked to Hijaz came there via the Red Sea slave trade. Small African boys were castrated before they were trafficked to the Hijaz, where they were bought at the slave market by the chief Aga to become eunuch novices. It was noted that boys from Africa were still openly bought to become eunuch novices to serve at Medina in 1895. In Medina, there was a part of town named Harat al Agwat, neighborhood of the Agas. The Red Sea slave trade became gradually more suppressed during the 20th century, and slavery in Saudi Arabia was abolished in 1962. In 1979, the last Aga was appointed. In 1990, 17 eunuchs remained. The Fatimid Caliphate. In the Ismaili Fatimid Caliphate, 909 through 1171 CE, eunuchs played major roles in the politics of the caliphate's court within the institution of slavery in the Fatimid Caliphate. These eunuchs were normally purchased from slave auctions and typically came from a variety of Arab and non Arab minority ethnic groups. In some cases, they were purchased from various noble families in the empire, which would then connect those families to the caliph. Generally, though foreign slaves were preferred, described as the ideal servants, once enslaved, eunuchs were often placed into positions of significant power in one of four areas: the service of the male members of the court, the service of the Fatimid harem or female members of the court, administrative and clerical positions, and military service. For example, during the Fatimid occupation of Cairo, Egyptian eunuchs controlled military garrisons or shurta and marketplaces, Hizbah, two positions beneath only the city magistrate in power. However, the most influential Fatimid eunuchs were the ones in direct service to the caliph and the royal household as chamberlains, treasurers, governors, and attendants. Their direct proximity to the caliph and his household afforded them a great amount of political sway. One eunuch, Jodhar, became Hujah to Imam Khalif al Qaim, a sacred role in Shia Islam entrusted with the Imam's choice of successor upon his death. There were several other eunuchs of high regard in Fatimid history, mainly being Abul Fadi Rifq al Qadim and Abul Futu Barjawan al Ustad. Rifq was an African eunuch general who served as governor of the Damascus until he led an army of 3,000 men um, in campaign to expand Fatimid control northeast to the city of Aleppo, Syria. He was noted for being able to unite a diverse group of Africans, Arabs, Bedouins, Berbers, and Turks into one coherent fighting force, which was able to successfully combat the Murdacids, Bedouins, and Byzantines. Barjuan was a European eunuch during late Fatimid rule who gained power through his military and political savvy, which brought peace between them and the Byzantine Empire. Moreover, he squashed revolts in the Libya and the Levant. Given his reputation and power in the court and military, he took the reins of the caliphate from his then student al-Hakim bi-Allah, then ruled as the de facto regent 997 CE. His usurpation of power from the caliph resulted in his assassination in 1000 CE on the orders of al-Hakim. Since imams during this period ruled over a majority non Shia population, the court eunuchs served an important informal role as ambassadors of the caliph, promoting loyalty and devotion to the Shia sect and the Imam Caliph himself. The multicultural, multilingual eunuchs were able to connect to the commoners through shared cultural ground. The Ottoman Empire. During the period of slavery in the Ottoman Empire, eunuchs were typically slaves imported from outside their domains. A fair proportion of male slaves were imported as eunuchs. The Ottoman court harem within the Topkapi Palace, 1465 to 1853, and later the Dolmabahce Palace in Istanbul, was under the administration of the eunuchs. These were of two categories, black eunuchs and white eunuchs. Black eunuchs were slaves from the sub-Saharan Africa via the trans-Saharan slave trade, the Red Sea slave trade, or the Indian Ocean slave trade, who served the concubines and officials in the harem together with chamber maidens of low rank. The white eunuchs were slaves from the Balkans or the Caucasus, either purchased in the slave markets or taken as boys from Christian families in the Balkans who were unable to pay the jizya tax. They served the recruits at the palace school and were from 1582 prohibited from entering the harem. An important figure in the Ottoman court was the chief black eunuch, Kislar Agassi or Durusad Agassi. In control of both the harem and a net of spies among the black eunuchs, the chief eunuch was involved in almost every palace intrigue and thereby could gain power over either the sultan or one of his viziers, ministers, or other court officials. One of the most powerful chief eunuchs was Bashir Aga in the 1730s, who played a crucial role in establishing the Ottoman version of Hanafi Islam throughout the empire by founding libraries and schools. Algiers. In the 16th century, an Englishman, Samson Rowley, was captured and castrated to serve the Ottoman governor in Algiers. Coptic involvement. In the 14th century, the Muslim Egyptian religious scholar Taj al-Din Abu Nasir Abdal Wahab al-Suki, that's too damn long, discussed eunuchs in his book Kitab Muid al-Niam wa Mubid al-Nikam, a title that has been translated as Book of the Guide to Divine Benefits and Averting of Divine Vengeance, and also as Book of Tutor of Graces and Annihilator of Misfortunes. In a chapter dedicated to eunuchs, al-Suki made the clear implication that eunuchness is itself an office. Sean Marmon explained, adding that al-Suki had specified occupational subgroups for the Tawashia, or eunuchs. The Zimam watched over women, and the Muqaddam al-Mamlik over adolescent boys. Edmund Andrews of Northwestern University, in an 1898 article called Oriental Eunuchs in the American Journal of Medicine, refers to Coptic priests in Abu Ghrair and Upper Egypt castrating slave boys. Coptic castration of slaves was discussed by Peter Charles Remondino in his book History of Circumcision from the Earliest Times to the Present. published in 1900. He refers to the Abu Ghurgir monastery in a place he calls Mount Gebel Eter. He adds details not mentioned by Andrews, such as the insertion of bamboo into the victim. Bamboo was used with Chinese eunuchs. Andrews states his information is derived from an earlier work, Les Femmes, Les Eunuchs, et les Guerriers du Soudan, published by a French explorer, Count Raoul du Bison, in 1868, though his though this detail does not appear in du Bison's book. Remondino's claims were repeated in similar form by Henry G. Spooner in 1919 in the American Journal of Urology and Sexology. Spooner, an associate of William J. Robinson, referred to the monastery as Abu Ghurb in Upper Egypt. According to Remondino, Spooner, and several later sources, the Coptic priest sliced the penis and testicles off Nubian or Abyssinian slave boys around the age of 8. The boys were captured from Abyssinia and other areas in Sudan, like Darfur and Kordofan, then brought into Sudan and Egypt. During the operation, the Coptic clergyman chained the boys to tables, then, after slicing off their sexual organs, stuck a piece of bamboo into the urethra and submerged them in neck high sand under the sun. The mortality rate was said to be high. Slave traders made especially large profits off eunuchs from this region. Ancient Greece, Rome, and Byzantium. The practice was also well established in other Mediterranean areas among the Greeks and Romans, although a role as court functionary does not arise until Byzantine times. The galley or priest of Cybele were eunuchs. In the late period of the Roman Empire, In the late period of the Roman Empire, after the adoption of the Oriental royal court modeled by the emperors Diocletian and Constantine, emperors were surrounded by eunuchs for such functions as bathing, haircutting, dressing, and bureaucratic functions. In effect, acting as a shield between the emperor and his administrators from physical contact, thus enjoying great influence in the imperial court. Julian released the eunuchs from their service because he felt they were overpaid, and he subsequently realized how much they had contributed to palace operations. The Roman poet Martial rails against a woman who had sex with partially castrated eunuchs, those whose testicles were removed or rendered inactive only, in the bitter epigram, Do you ask, Panicus, why your Celia only consorts with eunuchs? Celia wants the flowers of marriage, not the fruits. It is up for debate whether this passage is representative of any sort of widely practiced behavior, however. At the Byzantine imperial court, there were a great number of eunuchs employed in domestic and administrative functions, actually organized as a separate hierarchy following a parallel career of their own. Uh, Archi-eunuchs, each in charge of a group of eunuchs, were among the principal officers in Constantinople under the emperors. Under Justinian in the 6th century, the eunuch Narcissus functioned as a successful general in a number of campaigns. Advantages of eunuchs were that they prevented offices from becoming hereditary, allowing appointments to be made on merit. They were more dedicated to their jobs, not being distracted by family obligations, and they were ineligible for the throne and for that reason thought by emperors to be safe. Those who had been deprived not only of their testicles but also their penises were known in Greek as charzomazia and were highly prized. Religious castration. Castration as part of religious practice and eunuchs occupying religious roles have been established prior to classical antiquity. Archaeological finds at Catalhoyuk in Anatolia indicate worship of a Magna Mater figure, a forerunner of the goddess Sibyl found in later Anatolia and other parts of the Near East. Later Roman followers of Sibyl were called Galli, who practiced ritual self-castration known as sanguinaria. Eunuch priests also figured prominently in the Atargatis cult in Syria during the 1st centuries AD. The practice of religious castration continued into the Christian era, with members of the early church practicing celibacy, including castration for religious purposes. Although the extent and even the existence of this practice among Christians is subject to debate, the early theologian Origen found evidence of the practice in Matthew 19, verse 10 through 12. His disciples said to him, "If such is the case of a man with his wife, it is better not to marry." But he said to them, "Not everyone can accept this teaching, but only those to whom it is given. For there are eunuchs who have been so from birth, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. Let anyone accept this who can." Tertullian, a 2nd century church father, described Jesus himself and Paul of Tarsus as spadons, which is translated as eunuchs in some contexts. Quoting from the cited book, Tertullian takes spado to mean virgin. The meaning of spado in late antiquity can be interpreted as a metaphor for celibacy. Tertullian even goes so far with the metaphor as to say St. Paul had been castrated. Tertullian also ridiculed his theological opponent Marcion of Sinope as a eunuch who advocated for sexual abstinence. Eunuch priests have served various goddesses from India for many centuries. Similar phenomena are exemplified by some modern Indian communities of the Hijra, which are associated with a deity and with certain rituals and festivals, notably the devotees of Yelam Madevi or Jogapas, who are not castrated, and the Ali of southern India, of whom at least some are. The 18th century Russian Spopsy sect was an example of a castration cult, where its members regarded castration as a way of renouncing the sins of the flesh. Several members of the 20th century Heaven's Gate cult were found to have been castrated, apparently voluntarily and for the same reasons. In the Christian Bible, wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let not man put asunder. They say unto him, Why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and to put her away? He saith unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wife, but from the beginning it was not so. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. And whoso marrieth her which is put away doth commit adultery. His disciples say unto him, If the case of the man be so with his wife, it is not good to marry. But he said unto them, All men cannot receive this saying, save they to whom it is given. For there are some eunuchs, blah, 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 blah. We already read it. Matthew 19 6 through chapter 19, verses 6 through 12. So they say that this is the reference to eunuchs in Matthew 19:12 has yielded various interpretations. One of the earliest converts to Christianity was an Ethiopian eunuch who was a high court official of Candace, the queen of Ethiopia, but was already a eunuch at the time of conversion in Acts 8:27 through 39. In the deuterocanonical wisdom of Solomon, the eunuch who was done no lawless deed is praised and special favor is claimed to be shown for him. In Judaism, eunuchs are mentioned many times in the Bible, such as in the book of Isaiah 56, verse 4, using the word saris. Although the ancient Hebrews did not practice castration, eunuchs were common in other cultures featured in the Bible, such as ancient Egypt, Assyria, and Babylonia, the Achaemenid Empire, and ancient Rome. In the book of Esther, servants of the Persian harem of Ahasuerus, such as Haggai and Shashgaz, as well as other servants such as Hatak, Harbona, Bigthan, and Teresh, are referred to as Sarasim. Being exposed to the consorts of the king, they would likely have been castrated. The Hebrew word saris derives from saresi, the Akkadian word for eunuch, and thus has been generally understood by scholars as referring to eunuchs. However, its technical meaning is a male who has not shown signs of typical sexual maturity by the age of 20. Per the Talmud, only one known as a Saras Adam, a castrated male, one made sterile intentionally or via accidental injury, might be considered a eunuch. A Saras Hama is one who is congenitally sterile and is not considered a eunuch. Environmental and social factors. The role of eunuchs in society was often dictated by social and cultural norms, as well as political necessities. For instance, eunuchs were seen as reliable because they could not produce heirs and thus were considered less likely to establish rival power bases. The practice of castration was often a means of ensuring loyalty and controlling certain populations. Castrato singers. Eunuchs castrated before puberty were also valued and trained in several cultures for their exceptional voices, which retained a childlike and otherworldly flexibility and treble pitch, a high pitched voice. Such eunuchs were known as castrati. Okay, I've been hearing the Sopranos for a while now. Now, I was thinking about myself as I used to be in the choir, a soprano. Now I'm thinking about boys. Okay, we'll touch on that later. As women were sometimes forbidden to sing in church, their place was taken by castrati. Okay, now it's making sense. Castrati became very popular in 18th century opera Syria, and now I'm thinking about Tina Turner and Ike Turner, how he was so jealous of her singing, even though they were in the same band and she was his wife. He was very jealous of her voice. The practice known as castratism remained popular until the 18th century and was known in the 19th century. The last famous Italian castrato, Giovanni Battista Velluti, died in 1861. The sole existing sound recording of a castrato singer documents the voice of Alessandro Moreschi, the last eunuch in the Sistine Chapel Choir, who died in 1922. This Italian practice of castrating young males to maintain their soprano voices was ended by Pope Leo the 13th. Okay. So I don't see anything as far as America is concerned. They always leave out America. Okay, so it is 5:25:20. My bed got a bit behind me. Okay. 5:25:20. Okay. Um, one more place on the eunuchs, and then we will get into the blood sacrifice. All right. Theology in the raw.com. Okay, so again, I am going over the details of these different things to associate them to womb envy in different arenas of the world. Okay, so we not only have males, born males, that are jealous of women and their ability to give birth, breastfeed, and the nurturing effect. Now, as this relates to what I will go back into as far as incest is concerned, again, we have the image of the god and the goddess. Okay, so once you destroy this natural image, you create a beastly image. And this image is not only within the physical character, it is also embedded, no pun intended, but yes, pun intended. It is inbred into your DNA. Okay, so there is certain things that your DNA does to your mind. Okay, so I just want you guys to understand why I am going into such detail on what I am talking about. This is Final Destination Bloodlines. Okay, scripture talks about the things that the fallen angels did with seed mixing. It is seed mixing madness. We have people who are attributed to as beasts. These beasts, the Israelites, um, they went and mixed with them to gain control of areas that they didn't belong in. So there are certain curses that pertains to these actions that they took, and a lot of these actions came from them trying to downplay the role of their own woman. So they would go and put up a beast instead of the natural goddess of their own land to try to diminish her, okay? And which creates destruction, because when the mother is out of balance, everyone is off balance. Therefore, the fish with the scales, okay? So just imagine being a eunuch in a king's palace. As a man, I mean, children is one thing. You're castrated as a child, you don't really know much. But as a man who has been castrated, you haven't been um, LGBT or whatever, but these evil people just want to um, assert rulership over you. So they basically make you like a woman. Therefore, you have no phallus, and they can still go behind you and torture you in that manner as well. So, this is Theology in the Raw.com. Eunuchs, Male, Female, or Other by Preston Sprinkle. This blog is part two of my interaction with Megan DeFrancis' excellent book, Sex Difference in Christian Theology. As previously stated, Megan has offered a compelling argument that challenges the binary model of human sexuality. Some people are neither male nor female, Megan argues, and she views the naturally born eunuch in Matthew 19 as the biblical basis for exploring the category of a third or other gender. Jesus' first type of eunuch, who has been so from birth, provides a biblical door through which theologians may pass to explore the contributions provided by intersex to current concepts of human personhood, identity, image of God, sex, gender, and sexuality. Megan spends the bulk of chapter 2 looking at eunuchs in the Bible and ancient world. She concludes that while intersex and natural eunuch are not univocal terms, people in the ancient world were more familiar with variations of sex development than many contemporary Christians are, and that they supplemented their binary model of human sex gender with the marginal category of the eunuch. For Megan, the existence of eunuchs shows that Christianity, the Bible, and early church witness believed in some sort of third gender or asexual other that didn't fit the male/female binary. In later chapters, Megan goes on to explore the androgyny of our triune God, who is described as both father and mother, and whose spirit is described within a feminine pronoun, pneuma, in the Greek. Jesus himself or themselves may have been intersex. The possibility of an intersex Christ reveals a confidence that Christ stands with the intersex, that his humanity does not stand over against them, that Jesus is with them in their struggles for identity, for love, for acceptance, for wholeness. Mm-mm. Sorry, did I lose some of you? I know the thought of an intersex Christ might be too much to digest. To be clear, Megan doesn't come out and say that Jesus was intersex. She simply explores the possibility. In any case, this particular point isn't crucial to her argument. Her main point is that the eunuch was believed to be neither male nor female, and this challenges or destroys the binary model of only two sexes. So let me dive in with my first question. Okay, let's just call it a cautious disagreement. And again, I'm very much open to the possibility that I misunderstood Megan's point or that I failed to recall some evidence she provides to support her point. But I'm just not convinced that the biblical writers viewed the eunuchs as neither male nor female, a sort of sexual other. Megan references a few ancient texts, but I didn't find her evidence very comprehensive. Eunuchs were discussed all over the place in the ancient world. The Old Testament talks about them. Genesis 37, verse 36, chapter 39 and 1. Genesis chapter 40, verse 2 through 3. 2 Kings chapter 20, verse 18. Isaiah 39 and 7. Texts from the ancient Near East mention them. Greco-Roman writers discuss eunuchs in great detail, and in most cases, it seems clear that these writers considered eunuchs to be sexually male, even if they didn't always match up to the societal standards of masculinity. The Romans classified eunuchs into three categories: spadons, who were infertile males from birth; Glybiae, whose testicles had been pressed; who whose and Thalbi, that Gladiae, whose testicles had been crushed, and Castrati, whose unit was cut off or lost altogether. While these eunuchs may have defied the Roman standard of masculinity, which was phallocentric, they were still considered sexually male. The Old Testament likewise assumes that eunuchs were men. Maybe they had crushed testicles. Deuteronomy 23, verse 1, but this assumes they had testicles that could be crushed. I know I'm squirming too. Maybe they were infertile, Isaiah 56. Maybe they couldn't get it up, like the poor guy in Sirach 30, 19 to 20. Or according to Juvenal, maybe they could, to the delight of the domina who was looking for some extramarital fun without the risk of getting pregnant. In any case, the large majority of texts that I've looked at show that eunuchs were considered biologically male, even though something wasn't quite right below the belt. Again, eunuchs were most often considered sexually male, even if they didn't always match up to the societal standards of masculinity. And this is confirmed in the most descriptive biblical text about eunuchs, Isaiah 56, verse 3 through 7. It seems rather clear that Isaiah refers to infertile men. He describes the eunuchs as a dry tree who, through God's redeeming act, will have a name better than sons and daughters. In the ancient world, one's name was passed on through his children. Infertile men couldn't pass on their name, and this was socially shameful in the ancient and biblical world. Isaiah says that God will wipe away such shame and give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. Cut off, that is, like their earthly reputation has been cut off by their infertility. Eunuchs were marginalized. They didn't fit the patriarchal ideal of having a bunch of kids to carry on their name, but God's beautiful word to these eunuchs is that they will be included into God's new work of redemption in spite of being considered an outcast due to their lack of ability to produce children. Another passage that's super important is Matthew 19, verse 12, where Jesus references the eunuch from birth. Unlike Isaiah, Jesus doesn't describe the eunuch. Is he infertile? Is he castrated? Is he, they some sort of third gender? The text isn't clear. But Megan argues that Matthew's inclusion of Jesus's provocative saying about eunuchs may have served as one more proof of Jesus's identification with the messianic visions of Isaiah. That is, Matthew 19 has Isaiah 56 in mind. But if Isaiah 56 describes the socially outcast infertile male, then Jesus probably has in mind an infertile male as well. And this appears to fit the context where Jesus is talking about marriage in Matthew 19, 1 to 10, and children in 19, 13 through 15, and even seems to affirm the binary model of Genesis 1 and 2 in Matthew 19, 4 through 6. So I'm not yet convinced that the Bible presents eunuchs as opening up and validating a new sexual category. To be clear, Megan recognizes that the term eunuch was flexible, a word that it was used to describe a wide array of people depending on the context. Some were castrated, some were born deformed, some were simply infertile or impotent. But when she leaves behind her chapter on eunuchs in the ancient world, she continues to refer to them as some sort of third biological sex, neither male nor female. She says that eunuch remained a term of in betweenness, a valuable third gender. Eunuchs were considered sexually other. God's people are comprised of more than males and females. It includes eunuchs. It includes the intersexed, who may be resurrected as intersex. As Paul says in Galatians 3 and 28, you are all male, female, intersex, sons of God through faith in Christ Jesus. There are two ancient references noted by Megan that seem to support her thesis. The first one is from Augustine, who describes castrated eunuchs as neither changed into a woman nor allowed to remain a man, citing the city of God. The other comes from The Devil is a Lie. The Devil is a Lie. Let me keep reading. The other comes from the Tosefta, a Jewish commentary on the Mishnah, which applies male and female laws to the eunuchs. As I read these texts, they do reflect the common cultural assumption that a man without a member was not really a man. I'm still not convinced that Augustine was trying to up a whole new category of a third biological sex. Maybe he was, or maybe he wasn't. But from my vantage point, he only seems to play into the phallocentric view of masculinity, a statement about gender ideals rather than biological sex. In short, it just seems like Megan has used one possible ancient meaning of eunuch, biologically neither male nor female, a meaning that isn't clear from the biblical text or most other ancient texts, and then goes on to assume this meaning throughout her discussion. What seems clear to me, though, is this: nowhere in the Bible is the eunuch described alongside the categories of male and female in a way that opens up a third biological sex. When eunuchs are described, especially Isaiah 56, they are still viewed as biologically male. The male slash female binary isn't challenged by the Bible's own description of eunuchs, even if the hyper masculinized culture surrounding the Bible viewed men as less than real men whose members were chopped off, deformed, unformed, underformed, or simply out of order. The Bible itself doesn't play into such locker room talk, even though some early church theologians did. So I take from this, um, okay, like I said, we're basically getting into, we're still on the subject of womb envy. So a man who has a member but still can't produce children. Now we get into the rituals of um, female blood and sex magic as it pertains to fertility or infertility. So, how does a people who are infertile do magic and become fertile? How can you take the fertility of another without having to go into the IVF and things of that nature? So, okay, I'm gonna leave it there. I gotta get my notes in order again because I'll be all over the place. I did stay pretty much on topic today, but it's been almost 6 hours. So we're gonna pick it up tomorrow on um, the rituals that the um, Masons and Eastern Stars do to try to gain fertility for those who do not have fertility or have been cursed or have sacrificed themselves, sacrificed their wombs, sacrificed their phallic items to these deities of sex. Okay, so um, thanks again for listening, everyone. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. You can donate to the channel with the items at the bottom of the screen. Sister for Sisters, both Cash App and PayPal. Thanks again. Love you guys who love me. Peace and hair grease.